Welcome to Table Read Tuesdays, where we're reading the favorite movie of many, many people. Some regard it as a Christmas movie. Some say the best Christmas movie. We don't get into religion and different things here, but we get into screenplays. And we read them, and we enjoy them, and we talk about them. And so we're reading Die Hard. And we'll go around and we'll introduce everybody. So, first, Angelina Peterson.
Oh, me. Okay. Hi, I'm Angelina Peterson. I will be reading the descriptions and Lucy, Eddie, Harvey, Mary, Pilot, and Hostage.
All right. And next we'll do Erin.
Hi, I'm Erin Williamson. Today I'll be doing the parts of John Jr., Theo, Carl, Clerk, Heinrich, Marco, Mitchell, William, Cameraman, Young Cop, Guy in Manhole, and Young FBI.
Wow. Yeah, we all have a lot of roles tonight. Some of us will be talking to ourselves. We'll be doing the best we can with keeping track of which ones are coming up. If not, our fellow cast members will jump in, and that's how it goes with 6 people reading for I don't even know how many roles there were, 60 or so. But next we have Clint Monroe.
Hey, what's up, guys? Clint Monroe. You guys probably know me as the world famous note taker of screenplays and studying, but I have 2 big characters today, so I will not get to take as many notes, but I will give you guys a full throttle performance because that's what this movie is. I'm looking forward to reading it, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Yes.
At the Nakatomi Plaza.
Yeah, party time. Heather Cameron.
Hello, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. Today I will be playing stewardess, woman, Holly, Tony, woman's voice, Rivers, and Little Johnson.
Awesome. And Miss Vicky Dykes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicky Dykes. Tonight I'll be reading for Ginny, Paulina, Gail, and Hans Kroger.
All right. We can't wait to see that, hear that, and read it from the script. So, Angelina will share her screen, and she will read, and we'll get started. There it is.
There it is. So we're missing the first page. This is Die Hard, based on the novel by Roderick Thorp and screenplay by Jeb Stuart and Stephen E. D'Souza. So, 405 freeway, Los Angeles, early evening. Christmas tinsel on the light poles. We are looking east past Inglewood onto the orange grid of LA. At night, when suddenly we tilt up to catch a huge belly of a landing 747. The noise is deafening. Interior 747 passengers, same. The usual moment just after landing when you let out that sigh of relief that you've made it in one piece. As the plane taxis to its gate, they stir, gather personal belongings. On John McClane, mid-30s, good-looking, athletic, and tired from his trip. He sits by the window. His relief on landing is subtle, but we notice. Suddenly he hears. Clint.
I'm not salesman.
Oh, I thought you wanted that last minute.
Oh,
You don't like flying, do you?
I guess we got confused. We were just shifting roles around at the beginning right before we started because we had some drop out at the last minute and stuff. So thank you, Heather.
Yeah, take it, Heather.
You don't like flying, do you?
McClane turns, looks at his Babbitt clone next to him. Caught, he tenses, holds his armrest in exaggerated fear.
No. Now, where'd you get that idea?
You want to know the secret of successful air travel? After you get where you're going, you take off your shoes and socks. Then you walk around on the rug barefoot and make fists with your toes.
Fist with your toes, huh?
Maybe it's not a fist when it's your toes. I mean like this. Work out the time zone tension. Better than a cup of coffee and a hot shower for that old jet lag. I know it sounds crazy. Trust me, I've been doing it for 9 years.
The plane stops. Passengers rise, start to take down overhead luggage. McClane does this, but as he opens the door above, the businessman blanches, seeing His POV, McClane's Beretta pistol, peeking out from his jacket. Back to scene. Recognizing the look, McClane smiles reassuringly.
It's okay. I'm a cop. Trust me. I've been doing this for 11 years.
The businessman relaxes, moves off. McClane now wrestles down the biggest teddy bear FOA Shorts has to offer, FAO. Balancing this, he moves down to another overhead, takes out a top coat and an overnighter. Barely managing all this, he turns, colliding with a pretty stewardess. She bumps noses with the bear, gives a look.
Maybe you should have bought her a ticket.
Her?
He scrutinizes the nether regions of the bear, shrugs.
She doesn't complain.
Neither would I.
McClane smiles with just enough of a sigh to know he's as wistful about things that might have been as she moves down the aisle. Cut to interior, the Nakatomi building, Los Angeles evening. Close on a bottle of Dom Perignon as the cork explodes across a large office floor decorated for Christmas. A Japanese man, mid-50s, standing on a desk, holds up the bottle triumphantly and looks out at an adoring audience of junior executives and office personnel. He is Joseph Takagi, Senior VP of Sales for Nakatomi, an multinational corporation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate each and every one of you for making this one of the greatest days in the history of the Nakatomi Corporation.
In the background, obviously still at work, an attractive businesswoman in her mid-30s, studying a computer printout, heads towards the office. Falling into step with her is Harry Ellis, 37, VP of Sales, well-dressed with stylish, slick-back hair. He looks and acts very smooth.
So what about dinner?
Harry, it's Christmas Eve. Families, stockings, chestnuts, Rudolph, and Frosty. Those things ring a bell?
She turns into her office. Her name is Holly Gennaro McClane. Though the nameplate on her door stops after the first two, she puts the printout down on her secretary's desk.
I was thinking more like a roaring fireplace. Mulled wine, nice brie.
Holly ignores the come-ons, turns to her secretary.
Ginny, it's 6:40. You're making me feel like Ebenezer Scrooge. Go on, join the party. Have some champagne.
Ginny slowly manipulates herself out of her seat. She is enormously pregnant.
Thanks, Miss Gennaro. Do you think the baby can handle a little sip?
Ginny, that baby's ready to tend bar.
So how about tomorrow night then?
Holly just points to the door. He follows Ginny out, clearly not giving up. Just then, the party on Holly's phone picks up and we intercut. Interior nice house in Santa Monica, where 5-year-old Lucy McClane races her younger brother to the phone, wins the wrestling match, and answers with a sense of importance. A Christmas tree is in the background. McClane residence? Lucy McClane speaking. Holly suddenly smiles. It's the first time we've seen her smile, and it speaks volumes about the person hiding under a tough business exterior.
Hello, Lucy McClane. This is your mother.
She looks up and watches Ellis leave. He shoots her with a catchulator wink. Mommy, when are you coming home?
Soon. You'll be in bed when I get there, though.
Will you come and say goodnight?
Don't I always, you goose? Now put Paulina on the line and no searching the house for presents.
I didn't look in the front closet under the steps. Is Daddy coming home with you? John Jr.
Hearing this, jumping up and down.
Oh, that's you.
Yay, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy.
I think you're muted, Erin.
Oh.
Well,
My bad.
we'll see what Santa and Mommy can do. Goose, put Paulina on, okay?
Lucy hands the phone to a young Salvadorian woman, Paulina, the housekeeper.
Hello, Mrs. Holly. You coming home soon?
I'm working on it. Did Mr. McClane call?
No, Mom.
Holly hides a trace of disappointment.
Well, maybe there wasn't time before the flight. You should probably make up the spare room just in case.
Yes, Mrs. Holly, I do that already.
Holly's smile comes through again. Interior, LAX evening. McLean, wearing his wool top coat and carrying the biggest stuffed animal FAO Schwartz had in stock and his hang-up bag, comes down the American Airlines ramp and into the terminal. He avoids one near collision involving his stuffed animal, an act which drives him into another fender bender with a cute girl who looks like she's ready for a high tide at Zuma. As she smiles, weaves onward, McLean looks at his own Arctic gear and then the girl as she kisses a similarly garbed boyfriend.
California.
He looks around the terminal at his point of view terminal. Family reunions are going on all around as his grandparents greet grown children and their children. Young wives greet uniformed soldiers. Our Babbitt businessman greets a pleasant wife and two pleasant kids. It's all very traditional, very touching, and not the least bit corny. McLean watches, moved by the sight, and then looks around the waiting area, just on the chance that his family might be waiting. Instead, he spots a thin, gangling black kid, Argyle, in an ill-fitting chauffeur's uniform. As he waits, he beats out a rhythm on Nakatomi Corporation card with J. McLean written on it in magic marker. McLean pauses in front of him, unsure.
I'm John McLean.
Argyle, I'm your limo driver. Hey, nice bag.
He turns and starts walking. McLean paces him, still juggling bag and giant animal.
Argyle, don't you take this stuff?
Do I? I'm sorry. You're gonna have to help me, man. This is my first time driving a limo.
It's okay. It's my first time riding in one.
Exterior with the limo, dusk. Tilt up from the Lincoln emblem on the car. Both Argyle and McLean are in the front seat.
Just kick back and relax, man. We got everything you need. CD, CB, TV, VHS, telephone, full bar.
He looks in the back seat, which is occupied by the bear.
If your friend is hot to trot, I know a couple of mama bears. Or is he married?
Married.
McLean tries to get comfortable, scowls as a rustling noise reveals wrappers and styrofoam from Taco Bell. He scowls at Argyle.
The girl was off today. Hey, I didn't expect you to sit up front. Sorry, your lady live out here?
Yeah, past 6 months.
Meanwhile, you still live in New York?
You're nosy. You know that, Argyle?
Hey, I'm sorry. When I was a cab driver, you see, people expected a little chit-chat, a little eccentricity, a little commandeer. I forgot how stuck up you limo guys were. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
It's okay. It's okay.
So you divorced or what?
McLean gives up.
She had a good job. Turned out into a great career.
But meant her moving here.
Closer to Japan. You're fast. So why don't you come?
Because...
Yeah. Okay. Well, because I'm a New York cop and I used to be a New York kid and I got 6 months of backlog of New York scumbags and I still got to put them behind bars. You don't just get up and move.
You thought she wouldn't make it out here and she'd come back crawling back, so why bother to pack?
McLean grins. He likes Argyle, even if he is direct.
Like I said, Argyle, you're fast.
Mind if I play some tunes?
A hard rap song blasts from the speakers.
How about some Christmas music?
That is Christmas music.
And damned if it isn't. The Fat Boys of Run DMC doing a revision number on White Christmas or something. McLean gives up. He looks out the window. His point of view. Convertibles with Christmas trees in their back seats. Time temperature signs which read 69 degrees. Palm trees trimmed in Christmas lights. Intermittent West Side token Happy Hanukkah, as it's clear that Christmas LA style has its own unique style. It's true. Interior, the limo, Century City. Tilt down from one of the stars of this film, a well-lit, impressive and sparkling new Nakatomi building. The limo pulls up, parks, and Argyle gets out. McLean lets himself out, which is fine because Argyle doesn't remember he's supposed to do it. They both go to the rear of the vehicle. Exterior Nakatomi building night. Argyle climbs out of the limo and stops by the trunk.
So you go on upstairs to the party. Your lady sees you, run into each other's arms, music comes up, you live happily ever after. Is that it?
It's corny, but I can live with it.
What is if it don't work out that way? Where are you going to stay?
I'll find some place.
He looks up at the high rise lit by huge spotlights, then back at Argyle, who's made no attempt to open the trunk.
Tell you what, I'll pull into the parking garage and wait. You score with your wife, give me a call on the car phone, and I'll leave your bags inside at the desk. You strike out, I'll get you a hotel.
He hands McLean a business card with a number on it.
You're all right, Argyle.
Just remember that when you sign for the tip. They're paying for it, so don't be shy.
McLean grins, heads inside. Interior Nakatomi, lobby, night. Beautiful on the first glance deserted. Beautiful and on first glance deserted. Finally, a sound in the sterile lobby reveals the presence of a security guard, hidden until now behind a massive desk. McLean goes there, signs in.
Holly McLean?
The guard points to a prominent touch-screen computer console.
Just type in there.
McLean is confused for a moment. Then he moves to the screen. He gives the guard a look. The guard raises his eyebrows as if to say, give it a try. Screen closer. McLean types, McLean, Holly, pause. The screen replies, no such employee listed. McLean frowns, thinks. Simultaneously inspired and suspicious, he types again, the screen. McLean types, Gerano, Holly. This time the screen changes. Shows an elevation of the building and then a floor plan of the 30th floor with Holly's office blinking. Back to scene.
Cute toy.
Yeah, you have to take a leak. It'll help you find your zipper.
30th floor then?
Take the express elevator and get off at the noise.
McLean nods, moves off. He moves to the elevator, and as he does, his experienced eye takes in another security guard patrolling a different area. Several high-tech cameras and sensors, which are cleverly worked into the decor of the lobby. Back to scene. McLean reacts with bored professionalism, nods to the guard.
You got a lot of hardware.
The guard shrugs. McLean gets in the elevator. Interior elevator night. McLean hits 30 and reacts to the hyper-powered speed with which he rises. He rotates his head, getting out the travel crooks. As he approaches the 30th floor, we hear a tremendous thumping, throbbing noise. McLean stops and listens before he realizes it's the party. As the doors open, the noise attacks us. Interior 30th floor, same. McLean moves around the edge of the party, gradually spiraling inward. He grabs a glass of a mimosa champagne punch from a passing tray, sips, scowls. Spotting open beers in an ice bucket, he tosses the punch into a potted plant, even burying the plastic glass. Sipping the beer, he moves through the dense party. People he doesn't know throw streamers over him. A woman kisses him. He grins. A man kisses him.
California.
Finally, he queries a dancing woman. The music drowns out their words, but he nods, points off in some generic direction. McLean heads that way, cuts around the Christmas tree, loses his bearings. He sees Takagi, who has an air of authority. McLean goes up to him.
Hey, excuse me. I'm looking for
Ollie Gennaro?
Yeah, you know?
I've spent half my life on airplanes. I can recognize someone who just got off one. I'm Joe Takagi. Mr. McLean, I have something to do with this company.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Takagi smiles, leads the way. As they approach Holly's office door, McLean notices the name there is again Gennaro.
Holly went to the vault room to fax some documents. She should be back in any...
Interior Holly's office. Ellis is behind the desk. He's sniffling, and just as they come in, he sweeps the back of the slick desktop with his hand. Both McLean and Takagi catch on, but Takagi tries to hide his awareness.
Oh, just had to make a quick phone call. And this was the nearest phone.
Ellis, this is John McLean, Holly's policeman. Alice is in charge of the international acquisitions.
Yeah, that explains the recent deal with Bolivia.
Ellis reacts, runs a checking finger under his nose.
Relax, Alice. I'm off duty.
Can I get you anything? Food, cake, watered down champagne, punch?
I'm fine. You throw quite the party. I didn't know Christmas, or they had Japan or Christmas in Japan.
Hey, we're flexible. Pearl Harbor didn't work out. We got you with tape decks.
McLean laughs. He likes this guy.
Actually, it's kind of a double celebration. You know, we closed up a big deal today, and a lot of it was due to Holly.
The door opens. Holly comes in.
All set, Joe. The contracts went over the wire and John!
McLean and Holly, a moment. Does the sound of the party stop for him? We know it. For her, it's more cryptic. We sure hope so.
I was hoping you made that flight.
Yeah, I was hoping you were hoping that.
She laughs, kisses him on the cheek. Alice notes the awkwardness.
Ooh.
Your wife's made for this business. She knows how to drive a hard bargain.
Yeah, I remember our first date. Hey, show him the watch.
As she hesitates,
Go on, show him. You're embarrassed. A little token of our appreciation for all our work.
he takes Holly's wrist, holds it up. McLean smoothly takes the wrist away from Alice, looks at the watch.
Nice, but one of us in 3 hours is out of sync. I think it's me. Hey, is there a place where I can wash up?
Sure, follow me.
They go out alone. Takagi's look at Ellis shows his disapproval of certain snow at Christmas. Interior Nakatomi night. An Emery freight truck turns off Olympic into the underground parking garage of Nakatomi. Interior parking garage. It goes down the ramp and passes Argyle's black limo. The driver's seat is empty. Interior limo, same. Argyle sits in the black seat, hidden from the outside world by tinted rear windows. He's making a drink from the bar with the TV on and his rap music blasting from the cassette player, oblivious to the truck passing behind him. Interior parking garage, same. The Emery truck stops in front of the service elevator on the next level. As the truck idles, the uniformed driver makes a note on his clipboard. Interior Ellis office night. Tilt up from McLean's bare feet. He is clenching and unclenching his toes.
Son of a bitch. It works.
Holly sits on the desk here, watching him remove his jacket, tie, shirt, etc. Begin to wash up in the private bath.
What are you doing?
It's a long story. Hey, I think that Ellis guy's got eyes for you.
That's okay. I have an eye on his private bathroom.
McLean's face shows his relief, or rather his attempt not to show any.
So where are you staying? This all happened so fast, I didn't even ask you on the phone.
McLean finishes drying his face and steps to the bath doorway.
Cappy Roberts retired out here a couple years ago. He said I could bunk with him.
Oh, where does he live?
Ramona. No, Pomona. Pomona, that's it.
Pomona? You'll be in the car the whole time. Look, let's make this easy. I have a spare bedroom. It's not huge, but the kids would love to have you at the house.
McLean fixes her with a look.
They would, huh?
I would too.
They lock eyes for a moment, but it's an intense moment that says a lot about how they still feel about each other. Just then, a man and a woman, both a little tipsy, open the door to the office, see that it's occupied, and beat a hasty retreat. The interruption temporarily dents the mood. Holly tries to smile, but for McLean, it's the last frustration.
I've missed you.
Yeah, especially my name. You must miss it every time you write the check, huh? When did you start going by Mrs. Gennaro?
This is a Japanese company, you know? They figure a married woman, she's on her way out the door.
Sure. It's unnerving. I remember this one particular married woman. She went out the door so fast there was practically a jet wash. I mean, talking to her like talking about the wind chill factor.
Didn't we have the same conversation in July? Damn it, John. There was an opportunity out here. I had to take it.
No matter what it did to our marriage.
My job and my title and my salary did nothing to our marriage except change your idea of what it should be.
Oh, here it comes. One of those meaningful relationship conversations. I never should have let you get out those magazine subscriptions.
You want to know my idea of a marriage? It's a partnership where people help each other over the rough spots, console each other when there's a down, and when there's an up, well, hell, a little goddamn applause or an attaboy wouldn't be too bad. I needed that, John. I deserved that.
There's a clumsy pause, as if she's almost challenging him to say something. But he sets his jaws, says nothing, just as the door opens and Ginny leans inside.
Miss Gennaro, Mr. Tagagi is looking for you. He wants you to say something to the troops.
Thanks, Jenny. I'll be a second. Oh, this is...
Hi, John Gennaro here. Yeah, I'm the sensitive and supportive man of the 80s.
Ginny looks puzzled, goes out. Holly sighs, moves to the door.
I'll be a few minutes.
Yeah.
Wait here.
Don't I always?
She's gone. Immediately, he slaps his forehead, contrite.
Schmuck.
Interior building lobby, same time. The guard at the front desk notices the Emery truck on his monitor. The guard continues to watch the Emery truck and only half notices a Mercedes pulls up in front of the building and two extremely well-dressed businessmen, late 20s, climb out and start up the stairs for the door. As they cross the lobby to the guard's table to sign in, we hear their conversation.
So Kareem rebounds. Listen, this is a great play. Feeds Worthy on the break over to AC, to Magic, back to Worthy in the lane, and...
Suddenly, the other man pulls out a Walther pistol with a silencer and aims it at the guard's forehead. Before the guard can react, he pulls the trigger.
Boom. 2 points.
The speed with which the murder takes place sets the tone for the rest of the action. The killer moves behind the desk, steps over a small pool of blood from the guard. His name is Kyle, big with long blonde hair like a rock drummer. Carl takes off the silencer and looks at the video monitor of the Emery truck. The first man, Theo, opens his briefcase, takes out a portable CB radio and speaks into it.
We're in.
On the screen, the driver nods at the security camera as several men climb out the rear of the van and begin unloading wooden crates by the service elevator. Interior, Ellis office, night. McLean looks at all the lavishness around him and picks up a phone by the toilet. He opens his wallet and takes out the phone number Argyle gave him. A photo of his children stops him. It's of Holly and the two children and himself in happier days. 6 months ago, before Nakatomi came calling to Holly's door. McLean flips it over. On the back, in crude but painstaking hand of a 5-year-old, it says, "We miss you, Daddy. Love, Lucy." And in more primitive letters, John. McLean returns the photo to his wallet, dials the number. Interior building operations control room. Theo enters the small control room and comfortably sits behind the maintenance keyboard. Whistling a vaguely familiar tune, he types in some commands and locks down a passenger elevator up to the 30th floor. Then, with several more computer commands, systematically causes the heavy steel gates to the parking garage close, the escalators to the garage to come to a stop. Interior control room, same. Theo finishes typing and connects keyboard and pulls out the wires from beneath the panel. Interior lobby, same. The doors to the service elevator open to reveal Hans Gruber, impeccably dressed, lean and handsome. He steps out into the lobby like he owns the building, and in a way, he does. Theo steps to the door of the control room and tosses Hans a computer card. Hans goes to the front door, waves the card over the magnetic plate. An LED light blinks, and the door locks with a thud. Hans looks out at the street. Appropriately enough, not a creature is stirring. Century City is quiet. The lobby quick cuts. An elevator opens, revealing 10 more men, all armed with Kalashnikov machine guns are carrying canvas kit bags. One of them, Eddie, a rugged American in his 20s, goes to the dead guard and immediately begins changing into his clothes. Meanwhile, Carl, takes a tool case from the elevator and joins his brother Tony, first playfully grabbing him. They head for the basement stairwell. Theo leaves the control room and nods to Hans. Eddie finishes adjusting buttons and snaps on his pilfered uniform, takes his position behind the front desk. Hans looks at his watch and seems pleased. He steps into the service elevator with the others and presses the button for the 30th floor. The entire sequence has taken maybe 60 seconds. Interior Ellis bathroom, 30th floor, same. McLean is still barefoot, his pant legs now rolled up above his ankles. He stretches his toes again. Damn, it works. He lights up a new Marlboro, dials a number on the bathroom floor. Phone. Interior building basement, phone room. A large sign says Pacific Bell employees only. Inside, Tony stands in front of an intimidating matrix of phone lines, but what he has in mind won't require a doctorate in electrical engineering. Carl comes over, gives him an elder brother's punch in the arm, points out what to do. Together, they focus on 4 CPV plastic conduits, which run out of the main panel over their heads. Tony nods, opens a case revealing a compact electric chainsaw. Interior Ellis bathroom.
Hey, Argyle.
Interior limo. Argyle is reclining in the seat. The music is on so loud that it is nearly impossible to hear.
Hey, John, what's the word on your lady?
Yeah, vote's still in yet.
Interior phone room, same. Carl cuts through the 4 tubes one at a time. Interior Ellis bathroom, same. McLean on the phone.
Vote's not in yet, huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What do you want? All my children? We're making progress. After I get my foot out of my mouth, we'll really be cooking. And then I can...
He stops and gently taps the phone cradle. No dial tone. Interior limo. Argyle looks at the phone.
What? Mr. Mack, you there?
He turns down the music, but there is one on the line.
Oh, call me back, John. You got the number.
No one on the line. He hangs up and turns the volume back up. Ellis office. McLean hangs up the original phone and then tries the other one on the desk. It too is dead. Interior service elevator. Hans and the others approach the 30th floor. As they grow closer, we hear the noise of the speakers growing louder and louder. The men cock their weapons and brace themselves as the car stops and the elevator door opens. On the sound of gunshots and screams, we cut to interior Ellis' office. McLean grabs his shoulder harness off the back of the chair, moves quickly to the doorway. He looks down the hall. McLean's point of view. 2 terrorists, Franz and Fritz, armed with M5 machine guns, searching the offices on the hall one by one. They open a door, look in from the hallway, and move on quickly to the next. There are 4 offices away and moving fast. McLean looks across the corridor and sees a stairwell door too far to reach without being seen. McLean steps back, throws off the safety on his Beretta and braces himself. He opens the door, peers through the crack at interior hallway with Franz and Fritz. Quick cuts to McLean's eyes scan their weapons. As McLean's eyes scan their weapons, he's totally outgunned, and he knows it. Franco and Fritz reach the office just before Ellis and throw open the door, revealing a man and woman who interrupted Holly and McLean a few minutes before. Now in the throes of passionate lovemaking on the desk, the 2 terrorists smile at each other. They enter the office. A moment later, the man, trying desperately to pull up his pants, and the woman, buttoning her blouse, are pushed into the hall and toward the larger group by Fritz. The other terrorists, Franco, goes to Ellis's office and opens the door. It is empty. Interior stairwell, same. Close on McLean's bare feet, padding quickly up the concrete stairs 2 at a time, we follow him up, then out onto the interior 31st floor. This is the mezzanine floor. Immediately above the main Nakatomi building, McLean sees Theo and Christoph wheeling carts of equipment. McLean ducks back into the stairwell. He runs up another flight of stairs, and out onto interior unfinished floor. Eventually, it will be one large secretarial pool, but only a portion is completed. Half-finished partitions and office furniture is in its place. In its original plastic wrappings are everywhere. One end has a few lonely finished working areas. McLean moves quickly to a desk and picks up a phone. It's out. He looks out the window at neighboring building, McLean's point of view. A high-rise apartment building and a half block away sparkles with lights. McLean stares at a pretty girl in her bedroom. She's wearing drop-dead underwear right out of Victoria's Secret catalog. As we watch, she flops down on the bed and with one long leg in the air, effortlessly dials a call on her high-tech phone. It seems so easy. Back to scene. Oh, 51B. Frustrated, he watches this, knits his brow.
Think.
Interior 30th floor, hostage floor, same. The employees have been herded to the center of the room where the desks have been pulled back. Many people are whimpering. Holly, she looks around the room for McLean. She's so intent on this that she doesn't see one. I don't know what's that crinkling noise.
Oh, I thought I was muted. That crinkling noise is me. I am sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you for saying it and not letting me keep doing it.
It's okay. She is so intent on this that she doesn't see one terrorist waving her forward. Exasperated, he shoves her. Her glare at him shows us her mettle. Wider. As the employees are bunched together, Ellis seeks out Holly. He's clearly scared, but trying to fake courage. He pats her hand reassuringly. Hans steps up on top of the desk and looks over the group. He reaches into the pocket. Several people cringe. But what he comes out with is a Batoga Venata pocket notebook. He checks his own scribblings like a DIEHARD speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the Nakatomi Corporation's legacy of greed around the globe, it is about to be taught a lesson on real power. You will be witnesses. If our demands are not met, however, you may become participants instead. Now, where is Takagi? Where is the man who used to be in charge here?
Takagi is shoved forward. He's worried, but far from cowed. Hans steps towards him, extends a hand.
Mr. Takagi, how do you do? My name is Hans Gruber.
Takagi is confused by his charm. Hans waves politely in the direction of the elevator with an armed escort takes the executive away. Camera adjusts to show Holly concerned. Interior stairwell, 33rd floor, same. McLean pauses outside the stairwell door to the 33rd floor. He pauses, he presses the handle and cracks the door open to reveal a computer floor. The computer machinery drones on under the lights behind the plate glass windows. McLean quietly closes the door and moves to another floor.
32 construction, 33 computers.
Interior service elevator, night. Hans, Takagi, Carl, and Tony riding silently. Hans alone seems relaxed. He whistles. We recognize it as a snatch of Wagner.
Nice suit. John Phillips, London?
Takagi stares at him, speechless.
I have two myself. I'm told Arafat shops there too.
Interior stairwell. McLean starts to open the stairwell door to the machine floor when a noise above him gets his attention. He moves silently up one flight to the roof. Quietly, he cracks the door and looks out onto the machine floor on the lower level of the roof. McLean's point of view. 3 terrorists, James, Uli, and Heinrich, I don't know if I'm saying it right, are unpacking the elevator crates we saw in the garage from the service elevator. It's not clear what they're doing, but it seems very military-like and ominously defensive. Heinrich points up to the ceiling and says something in German. The others nod. Heinrich starts to turn towards the camera, and McLean closes the door and slips back down the stairs. Interior conference room, boardroom, floor, night. Hans enters, looks around.
And when Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there was no more worlds to conquer. The benefits of a classical education.
Hans admired a scale model of a bridge. Behind him are photographs of the gorge where the bridge will be constructed. Carl and Tony listen. Takagi watches.
It's beautiful. I always enjoyed models as a boy. The exactness, the attention to every foreseeable detail, perfection.
This is what this is about. Our building project in Indonesia. Contrary to what you people think, we're going to develop that region, not exploit it.
Hans straightens, looking hard at Takagi.
I believe you. I read the article in Forbes.
Takagi looks confused. Hans puts a friendly arm around Takagi's shoulders and guides him into an adjacent boardroom where Theo types in commands onto a built-in computer console.
Mr. Takagi, we could discuss industrialization of men's fashions all day, but I'm afraid my associate, Mr. Theo, has some questions for you. Sort of fill in the blanks questions, actually.
A computer screen spits out Nakatomi Corporation, board workstation, enter central computer code key, hockey sticks. Theo sits fingers poised over the keyboard. Hans sits opposite. Takagi stands like the accused at the foot of the table, has just read the screen, blurts.
I don't have that code. You broke in here to access our computer? Any information you could get, they wake up in Tokyo in the morning, they'll change it. You won't be able to blackmail our executives or threaten.
Hans barks him to silence.
Sit down.
Takagi complies. Hans is abruptly compassionate and quiet.
Mr. Takagi, I'm not interested in your computer. I'm interested in the $640 million in negotiable bearer bonds you have in your vault.
On Takagi's reaction.
Yes, I know about them. The code key is a necessary step in accessing the vault.
You want money? What kind of terrorists are you?
Who said we were terrorists?
McLean entering this floor. He tiptoes along, gun held ready. He can hear the mumble of voices in the conference room, moves slowly towards it. Conference room resume. Hans slowly takes out his Walther and his silencer. He feels his silencer a moment, as if to make a decision, then slips it back into his coat pocket.
The code key, please.
It's useless to you. There's 7 safeguards on our vault, and the code key is only one of them. You'll never get it open.
Hans lifts the gun.
Then there's no reason not to tell it to us.
Fair point. What do you think, Theo?
You're muted. Aaron?
Still,
I told you.
I think you're also him.
Oh, wait. Oh, whoops. I told you. It's not over.
Hans gives them both a look like an annoyed schoolmaster, turns back to Takagi.
This is too nice a suit to ruin, Mr. Takagi. I'm going to count to 3. There will not be a 4. Give me the code.
He cocks the gun.
I don't know it. Get the goddamn jet to Tokyo and ask the chairman. I'm telling you, you're just going to have to kill me.
Okay.
Bang, he pulls the trigger. Out in the museum, McLean reacts as if shot. His point of view. The glass doors to the boardroom are splattered red and dripping. Inside, Takagi is still seated, but the chair is flat on its back, blood flowing out onto the carpet. Hans springs to his feet.
We do it the hard way. Tony, see if you can dispose of that. Carl, you'd better check Heinrich's work up on the machine floor.
Carl, in the midst of handing Theo a $50 bill, nods. Outside, McLean, stunned, sees Hans move and tries to retreat, but his gun bumps the underside of the table. Inside, Hans hears it. Carl is the first to move. Carl springs to the door, finds nothing. He checks 2 adjoining rooms. The first is deserted. The second is locked. Carl returns to Hans.
Nothing.
See to Heinrich. Now, you can break the code key?
You didn't bring me along for my charming personality.
As he heads for the elevator.
Though you could have.
Hans smiles. Confident in his team, he follows and follows. Camera settles on the door that Carl found locked. Inside the supply closet, McLean slowly lets out a breath, praying softly. You're muted.
Argyle, tell me you heard the shot. Tell me you heard the shot and you're calling the police right now.
Interior limo, parking garage. Argyle's on the car phone. The music's playing.
I'm working, honey. Working hard. Of course I'll be back by later to pick you up. Have I ever lied to you? My boss? He thinks I'm cruising to Palm Springs.
Machine level, tight on ceiling. Heinrich presses something into a niche there. Here, scrambles like a monkey to a new position. Helped by one of his men, he jumps down, moves to another area, climbs up again, removing something from his shoulder bag. Interior vault room, 31st floor. Hans and Theo enter the safe room. A huge corporate safe looms in front of them. Theo places 3 kit bags onto a table and rolls up his sleeves. He swivels a computer console into handy reach, sits down.
How long?
30 minutes to break the code. 2 hours for the 5 mechanicals. The 7th lock. That's out of my hands.
If plan works, the FBI will get rid of it for us.
Theo grins, begins typing. His screen. He types, begin algorithm code program. Random numbers and letters begin going by. AAAAA 11111, AAAAB 11112. Interior 32nd floor. McLean moves out onto the 31st floor, angry at himself.
Oh, didn't you stop him? Oh, because you ignorant son of a bitch, you'd be dead too. Think. Ah, damn it.
Suddenly he looks up at the ceiling and sees a sprinkler head. His look drops to the wall and focuses on a small red fire alarm switch by the door. Interior main floor, LA fire station night. An alarm sounds. Quickly, firemen move to their machines as a voice of a 911 dispatcher drones.
Main Wilshire units to alarm fire at the Nakatomi Plaza.
The voice continues as the station door opens and we cut to interior Nakatomi ground floor operations room. Same. A fire alarm indicator light showing which floor has sounded the fire alarm suddenly begins flashing, emitting short, loud beeps. Eddie, the terrorist on the grounds uniform and manning the station, immediately picks up his CB. Interior, 32nd floor, same. McLean stands at the window looking northward for fire trucks. Suddenly we see flashing red lights of 4 engines in traffic 2 miles away.
Come on, baby. Come to Papa. I'm going to kiss your goddamn Dalmatian.
Interior service elevator on Hans, same. He rides the elevator back to the 30th floor with Tony.
Call 911. Give them the name and badge number on your uniform and cancel the alarm. Then disable the system. Eddie, what floor did the alarm go off?
Machine floor. They heard the alarm there too. Here too. Heinrich, Marco, and Uli hear the alarm continue their mysterious work. Interior unfinished floor, same. McLean stands silhouetted against the window. In the distance, he can hear another fire truck swing off Santa Monica onto Avenue of the Stars. Suddenly, the red light on the first truck goes out. Then on the second, McLean watches in disbelief. The trucks slow and turn down separate side streets, heading for home.
Son of a bitch.
Just then, the elevator bell rings, and we hear the elevator door open. A figure, Tony, slips into the shadows, his machine gun drawn. We move with him from the elevator area until he reaches a light switch and throws it, illuminating the entire floor. McLean is gone. On McLean under the desk, he takes in his options, his point of view. The feet of Tony. They move slowly in his direction. McLean looks down the aisle next to the windows. It leads to a series of cubicles on the other end of the floor, and is a clear path if he can make it past Tony. Tony, he moves steadily towards the area where we saw McLean.
The fire has been called off, my friend. No one is coming to help you. You might as well come out and join the others. I promise not to hurt you.
Moving more confidently, he steps up to McLean's desk, then around it, and fires a blast into space. It is empty. As the sound of the machine gun fades, he listens and hears another sound, a noise coming from the other end of the room, near the cubicles. Tony heads towards the noise, sensing a trap. He moves past each cubicle carefully, checking each office until he reaches the doorway of the last one. The sound is just around the partition. He tenses, then spins into the cubicle. Tony's point of view. A radial arm saw spins noisily. Tony grins at his nervousness. He moves to turn it off, not realizing the sound has buried the soft rustle of McLean. Steps into frame behind him. McLean shoves his pistol barrel against Tony's temple.
Freeze. Police, don't move or name your beneficiary.
Tony doesn't. McLean cocks his Beretta. Tony watches him calmly.
You won't hurt me.
Yeah, why not?
Because you are a policeman. There are rules for policemen.
Yeah, that's what my captain keeps saying.
McLean suddenly pistol whips Tony across the head. Tony reels, then swallows, worried for the first time.
Let's go.
Suddenly, Tony spins to the side and McLean fires, but the big man's momentum slams McLean into the filing cabinet and sends his pistol into the hall. Tony fires his machine gun, but McLean kicks him into the desk. He locks his arms around the big man's neck and holds in a hold that sends Tony reeling into the hall. McLean holds on as they slam through several plastic board partitions. They careen across the hall into the stairwell door, opening it and crashing into stairwell landing, then down the concrete steps into the wall on the landing below. For a moment, both men lie still. McLean, still holding onto Tony's neck, releases it, and the man's head flops sickeningly to the side. For a moment, McLean just looks at the dead man. Then, slowly, methodically, he begins to search him. He turns all his pockets inside out. He looks at his clothing labels, stares long and very hard at a California driver's license with Tony's picture on it. He expertly examines the machine gun when a hissing sound coming from somewhere attracts his attention. He rises, moves cautiously to the source. New angle. It's Tony's CB, which has fallen from the dead man's waist during the struggle. McLean stares at it, formulating a plan. Interior, 32nd floor night. Pan from Tony's now shoeless feet to McLean's, who sits on the floor near the body, hurriedly laced up the dead terrorist's boots on his own feet. He ties the last lace and tries to take a couple of steps. He winces in pain, goes off balance. Quickly, he starts taking the boots off.
A million terrorists in the world, and I kill the one with feet smaller than me. My sister.
He yanks off the boots and tosses them into the garbage. Then he pulls the body up and sets it down on the secretary's chair. He starts to push it along when he gets an idea and moves to the desk, where he scribbles a note we cannot read on a piece of paper. Then his eyes fall on some Christmas decorations nearby. He smiles to himself. In the elevator, unfinished floor. Tight on McLean's back as he pushes Tony's body on swivel chair into the elevator. Note, we cannot see Tony's head. Camera adjusts as McLean pushes the buttons for the 31st and 30th floors. We notice he's got the dead man's machine gun and that a wooden desk ruler protrudes from McLean's back pocket. The elevator doors close, and the car starts down. After it's dropped only half a floor, McLean forces the door open with his fingers, stopping the car between floors. Using the ruler, he blocks open the inside door, then opens the outside door of the floor above, 31st, with his fingers, and pulls himself up onto the carpeted floor. Then up onto the roof of the car. Once on the roof of the car, he reaches over the edge and removes the ruler, closing the inside door and setting the car in motion again. Interior hostage floor. The hostages have been gathered together in a group in the center of the open floor, guards flanking them. The elevators are barely visible from the edge of the group, which is where Ginny and Holly are sitting. Ginny winces uncomfortably on the floor. Holly soothes her. Hans stands in front of them like a stern camp counselor in front of the assembled bulk.
I wanted this to be professional, efficient, adult, cooperative. Not a lot to ask. Alas, your Mr. Takagi did not see it that way. So he won't be joining us for the rest of his life. We are prepared to go any way you make us. When we have achieved our aims, you can walk out of here or be carried out. Decide now, each of you. But remember that we have planned everything to the last detail. We are completely in charge.
A ding attracts his attention. He turns, new angle. The elevator door opens, and Fritz, guarding the area, whirls gun held ready. His jaw drops as he sees Tony's body, his point of view, still dead, flopping in a swivel chair, a red Santa hat gaily placed on his head. Hans reacts.
Get them over there! Schnell!
The guards quickly hustle the hostages away as Hans crosses over to the elevator, but before Holly sees the body and reacts. She knows her husband's abilities, not to mention his twisted sense of humor. Near the elevator, as Fritz stands there, confused, Hans comes to the elevator with Franco, lifts Tony's chin, and sees that his neck has been snapped. He sees a folded piece of paper in Tony's collar, takes it out. The note reads, insert the note, it reads, "Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho." Back to scene.
Perhaps a security guard we overlooked?
Hans lifts Tony's chin again, lets the head flop over.
Security guard? They're usually tired and burnt out old policemen, growing fat on a pension. This is something else.
Exterior roof of elevator, same. McLean is staring through a tiny crack in the scene below him. Camera adjusts from Fritz in the background to Hans and Franz below. McLean is writing in his weather-beaten cop's notebook. The first notion is number of hostages, Holly, plus 30, odd. Then it says number of terrorists. As we watch, he adds 3, ? 1 in lobby, ? And 2+ with hostages, plus ones on 87-8 roof 3.
We have to do something, Hans.
Yes, we have to tell Carl his brother is dead. Tell him to come down.
Now McLean writes, Hans, leader, Carl, brother. Use this. As Fritz calls Carl on the CB, Hans looks at Franco.
Franco, you and Fritz take the body upstairs and out of sight. I don't want the hostages to think too much.
Interior elevator shaft car roof on McLean, same. On top of the car, listening to the conversations below, Franco and Fritz step onto the car and the doors on the elevator close. The car accelerates upward and McLean grabs onto heavy grease-coated cables to keep his balance. Already his clothes are soiled. His face and feet, arms and hair are dark from the dirt and sweat. The car speeds up the shaft, passing the car, bringing Carl down to the hostage floor, and stops at the machine floor. The doors open and McLean hears them roll the chair with the body off the car. McLean looks up. McLean's point of view. A metal catwalk runs around the inside of the elevator shaft. McLean pulls himself up onto it. As he moves along the catwalk looking for a way out, he passes an unmarked metal door, 2x3. McLean pushes it open and looks in. McLean's point of view, total darkness. McLean takes out a coin, a quarter. He stops, switches to a nickel, throws it into the void. It is a full 4 seconds until we hear it chink, ching, and bounce onto the concrete floor below. You don't have to be a mathematics whiz to know it's a long drop.
Jesus.
He moves cautiously around the corner and we see a metal ladder leading up to the door marked pump room. Opening a door, McLean enters a darkened interior pump room. Damp and full of pipes, he goes to another door. He cracks the door and looks out. McLean's point of view. The lower level of the roof, open and deserted. Only a heliport above him is higher. Interior, 30th floor, hostage floor, Holly's office, same. Widen as a filing cabinet is flung across the floor. Drawers slamming out, papers flying. Carl has done this, and he's barely started. He flings a lamp against the wall, punches a hole into the plaster. Finally, Hans goes to him, lays controlling hands on the man's shoulders.
I know what you are feeling, but this is not productive.
He was my he was my only brother, my only family. I want blood for my blood. We search now.
He starts to move. Hans stops him.
No. Heinrich's team must finish planting the detonators, and Theo needs time on the vault. After the police come, they'll waste hours trying to negotiate. That's when we search for this man. Until then, we do not alter the plan.
And if he alters it?
For once, Hans does not have an answer. Hostages around the corner. That they've heard the alarm, can see and sense the agitation among their captors. Ellis slides over to Holly.
Hey, what's happening?
They don't look happy. Something's gone wrong.
The police?
John.
John? Christ. How could he fuck this whole thing up? What does he think he's doing?
How about his job?
Oh, his job is 3,000 miles away. Without him, they might let us go. At least we have a chance.
Tell that to Mr. Takagi.
Exterior roof, night. McLean climbs to the heliport and leans against the leeward side of the wall surrounding it. Shielded from the wind, he pulls out the CB, turns to Channel 9 and starts broadcasting.
Mayday! Mayday! Anyone! Terrorists have seized the Nakatomi building. They're holding 30 hostages, maybe more. I say again, do you copy?
Interior Hans' office, same. Hans, Carl, Fritz, and friends hear the clear signal over Hans' CB.
An unknown number of terrorists, 6 or more, armed with automatic weapons at Nakatomi, Century City. Someone answer me, goddammit.
Carl looks almost satisfied.
The roof. It's the best place to transmit.
They move. Interior Los Angeles Emergency Dispatch Center, same. A supervisor weaves her way back from the break room toward a dispatcher who is monitoring the call. Dispatcher.
Am I both? Yeah. All right. It's the same address as the fire signal. The false alarm? I'll handle it.
She plugs in her headset. Her condescending, arrogant tone is like the one in the famous tape where the dispatch lady spends so much time on red tape that the patient dies.
Attention, whoever you are. This channel is reserved for emergency calls only.
No, lady. Does it sound like I'm ordering a pizza?
Interior service elevator on Carl, same with Franco and Fritz.
No one kills him but me.
It's an order, and the look he gives the other two backs it up. Carl checks his magazine, slaps it into his rifle as the elevator opens to the roof. Exterior upper roof. McLean moves around the roof, circling the helipad, making sure he has a good enough view to avoid being ambushed. He can't see in all directions at once, but he's doing the best he can. They've already killed one hostage, and they're
That's McLean.
Oh. They've already killed one hostage, and they're fortifying their positions. While we're bullshitting, now send police backup ASAP.
Sir, I've already told you, this is a reserved channel. If this is an emergency, call dial 911 on your telephone. Otherwise, I will report you to the police.
Fine, report me. Hey, check this out. Come down and fucking arrest me right now. Send police now.
Suddenly, machine gun shells rip into the concrete wall in front of him. The noise is deadening as we, interior, dispatch office, same. Both supervisor and dispatcher reach for their headset in pain from the intense sound, and exterior roof on McLean, same. Running. Tracer bullets rip into the wall behind him. He reaches the corner and sees the other two terrorists moving towards him. Before they see him, he leaps down to the next level, out of range of Carl. Interior, emergency dispatch, same. The dispatcher looks critically at the supervisor in sudden silence.
Add, have a black and white do a drive-by.
Interior, 7-Eleven at the counter, night. Tight as one after another, Hostess Twinkie is stacked up on the counter. Camera widens and we see the young male clerk who stifles a smile. Another teenage employee behind the counter also smothers a laugh. The customer is Powell, young for a police veteran, old for the rest of the world.
Thought you guys just ate the donuts.
Oh, that's Jacob.
Oh, thank you. They're for my wife. She's pregnant. If I knew she was going to eat a dozen at a shot, I would have bought stock in the company.
The clerk nods and puts them in the bag. As Powell pays, suddenly his belt radio crackles to life.
Dispatch to 1 Adam 10, over.
Powell grabs the radio, speaks into it.
1 Adam 10, go ahead. Investigate a code 2 at Nakatomi Plaza, Century City. Nakatomi Plaza?
He moves to the door, steps outside. Exterior convenience store. Powell looks toward the horizon and up. There it is, Nakatomi, in all its gleaming glory.
1 Adam 10, do you copy?
Powell is already moving to the car. He tosses in the Twinkies, hops behind the wheel.
Roger, dispatch, I'm on the way.
And he burns rubber, leaving the store. Exterior roof on McLean night. Running for his life from Fritz and Franco, doesn't realize that he's being herded around the building toward Carl. Suddenly, McLean turns a corner and sees Carl. The big man fires a burst and McLean ducks back, stopping at the exterior door to the pump room he used before. It is locked from the inside. He blows a lock off with a burst from his machine gun and slips into the darkness of the interior elevator shaft near pump room. Coming quickly out of the pump room, McLean picks his way over the same ground as a few minutes before and opens the door to the elevator shaft. The dimly lit shaft yawns before him. He starts down the ladder back toward the catwalk, and moves along it, stops. The catwalk ends and the elevator is gone. Interior pump room, other end. Carl crosses, starts to open the door with the elevator shaft when suddenly the radio crackles with,
Carl, Franco, did you catch him?
No, but he's in the elevator shaft.
Perfect. The elevators are locked off. He can't escape. Just shut him in and return to base.
Hans, he killed my brother.
Carl, I know you want him, but the police are probably on their way. Maybe we can convince them it was all a mistake. But not if they hear gunshots. If you lock him in, he'll be neutralized. Now do it, Carl. Carl?
Carl turns off his radio. In the light of their flashlights, and the two other terrorists look at Carl in stunned belief. He opens the door to the elevator shaft. Interior elevator shaft on McLean. He's overheard enough of this to realize he's in deep crap. He backtracks to the air shaft door, strikes a cigarette lighter. Interior elevator shaft, opposite side. Carl steps off the ladder to the catwalk, his own gun held ready. McLean, hearing Carl's approach, McLean thinks fast, looks down at his narrow confines and then at his weapon in its canvas gunsling and metal strap slides. Back to scene. Quickly, McLean lets out all the slack in the sling. Then he braces the weapon across the outside opening of the air shaft door and lowers himself into the interior air shaft. Meanwhile, holding onto the canvas sling with his elbow bent over it like a kid doing a half skin the cat on a swing set. His feet slowly move down the smooth aluminum walls until they reach the top of the air duct, then dangle in the open space. He straightens his arm to give him length enough to touch the bottom edge of the duct. Suddenly he feels something give above him and looks up, close on the sling. It was designed to carry a gun on a man, not vice versa. The few inches of extra canvas are sliding through the clips. When they're gone, he will be too. Carl, he moves silently toward the corner. Close McLean's toes, now only inches from the bottom edge. McLean's arms are fully extended now. He hears Carl on the metal catwalk. His muscles strain and quiver. The sling on one of the canvas ends slips through the clip. On McLean falling, Grabs the ledge of the air duct as he falls, and his body slams into the aluminum wall with an echoing boom. Above him on the catwalk, the rifle rattles on the metal outside the door. On Carl. Around the corner, Carl freezes, unsure of the sound. On McLean, holding onto the ledge by his hands. With every ounce of strength he tries to pull himself up onto the horizontal duct, clawing for a hold. On Carl, he rounds the corner and sees McLean's rifle lying beneath the doorway. He moves to the small door, shines his light, and aims his rifle down into the air shaft, ready to fire. His point of view, the shaft is deserted. Moving his light around, he sees the air duct. Without hesitation, he turns and backtracks to the pump room door. Interior air conditioning duct on McLean's same. He lies exhausted and motionless in the narrow crawl space. He awkwardly fishes out the lighter from his shirt pocket and thumbs it on. The flickering glow shows him this ain't no place for claustrophobics. It's a long, 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 dark and narrow corridor full of weird shadows. The far end, if there even is one, is black. Muted. Looked like
For
it
a
was.
moment there, I was worried.
He turns out his lighter and starts crawling. Interior, machine floor. The three terrorists rush down from the roof in hot pursuit, Carl leading the way through the door. Carl points quickly to the left and right, where there are a series of rooms. The others check these while Carl approaches the camera, trigger finger itching. Almost immediately, the others return.
Nothing.
Carl looks puzzled. Then he thinks, mentally retracting McLean's few options. Carl's eyes scan the architecture here, and then suddenly he looks up. His point of view. The ceiling is crisscrossed with air ducts. He fires a burst into the ducts. Interior air ducts, same. McLean remains motionless in the air duct. 3/4 size holes, inches from his face, show how close Carl came to nailing him. Sweat covers his face. Drips silently onto the aluminum. Interior machine room. Carl listens patiently for sound. Just then, the two other terrorists return.
Nothing.
Carl hesitates a moment, fighting his instincts before finally turning to go. Suddenly, the duct McLean is in groans slightly under his weight. Carl stops and looks up at the matrix of aluminum ductwork. Trying to single out the source of the sound, he steps back into the room and raises his rifle. Holding it upright, he presses the barrel into the belly of McLean's air duct, feeling for weight, the weight of a body. Inside the air duct, McLean sees the indentation of a barrel pressing into the aluminum 15 feet away. There's a pause and another 3 feet closer. He can hear Carl's footsteps on the concrete, moving slowly below the duct. On Carl. His eyes are fixed above him on the air duct. He presses the barrel again, still nothing. On McLean, silently, he moves his hand slowly, draws his Beretta. The next indentation pressed up 6 feet away. McLean points his gun downward and waits. Carl stops directly below him. The barrel starts up and just touches the duct underneath McLean when Franco returns to the door and calls.
Carl, please, come on.
Carl hesitates, then lowers his gun and leaves. Close, McLean. He hears the door close and lowers his head. Interior, 33rd floor, safe room. The large LED window in the front of the safe beeps, and letters creep by. Access code accepted. We hear a clunk. Camera adjusts to show Theo, who grins. Now his computer screen reads, lock 1 disabled. Do you wish to proceed? Theo puts goggles on his eyes, holds out his hand toward Christoph like a doctor requesting a scalpel. Christoph gives him a giant drill.
You bet your ass I'm gonna proceed.
He turns on the drill. Exterior, Century City, Avenue of the Stars, night. The street is empty, quiet. A lone police, black and white, pulls up out of the shadows of a side building and begins a slow cruise towards the Nakatomi building. On Powell, driving alone, he starts up at the tower. He seems calm. Its glowing lights matching the warmth of the holiday decorations on the street. Powell slows to a stop and scans the premises. In the lobby, we see Eddie sitting behind the desk. Powell reports to his radio.
Guard inside, no signs of disturbance. I'm going up for a closer look.
He pulls in and parks in the front. Interior machine room, same. McLean punches out a ceiling vent and drops down into the machine floor. For a moment, he stands, listening for sounds of movement. The floor is quiet. He goes to the stairwell. Exterior roof, same. The edge of the roof, suddenly a tall terrorist, James, moves along the wall and looks over at Powell's car. Interior third floor, same. The elevator doors open on Carl, Franco, and Fritz. They step out into the darkened floor. We see a large number 3 painted on the doors of this floor. They move quickly toward the windows on the avenue of the Stars side, where the terrorist, Alexander, with a bar rifle, has set up a machine gun nest under a half-opened window. Directly below we see Powell's car. Alexander pans the police car with his weapon, finger on the trigger. This is clearly a man hungry for action. Interior 30th floor, Hans' office, same. Hans watches from above. He raises his CB.
Eddie?
Interior lobby, same. Eddie picks up his CB. He watches Powell coming up the stairs. I had a feeling you'd be calling.
Let him in.
Eddie is a little startled, but he moves quickly. Alexander also hears this, and his eager expression fades, but orders are orders. Exterior front doors of Nakatomi, same. Powell tries the front door. Locked. Eddie comes hustling across, unlocking the door with his magnetic card. Evening, officer, what's up? Powell steps in and looks around. Bland holiday music filters from speakers here. Let it snow.
We got an emergency call that there was a problem here.
Interior 34th floor, boardroom, same. McLean makes his way to the Avenue of the Stars side of the building, enters a boardroom where Takagi was shot. McLean goes to the window and looks down the street. His point of view, Powell's car.
All right.
McLean waits expectant. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, but no commotion, no shouting. He frowns.
Where's the fucking cavalry?
Interior hobby, same time. Powell walks casually across the slick floor, eyes panning the area. Eddie sits casually watching the game on one of his monitor screens. We already had that false alarm. You asked me? The darn computer sent you out on another wild goose chase. They've been chasing bugs in that system since they installed it. Oh, come on. I got $50 on you, jerks. Powell's face shows he's startled to think he wasted his time. With McLean, the silent tension is driving him crazy.
Come on. Who's in that car? Stevie Wonder?
He makes up his mind. He lifts one of the big chairs and swings it at the window. The tempered glass whitens on the first blow. Exterior roof. James sees the glass whiten below him and shouts into his mic. Interior machine floor. Henrik hears the radio and shouts to Marco, who grabs his machine gun and runs. Interior lobby. Eddie watches confidently as Powell moves through the lobby looking for signs of trouble. Around the corner from Powell, Uli is there, gun held ready. Interior boardroom, 34th floor. McLean draws the chair back for the final hit when a terrorist, Marco, appears at the door. Both men react, but Marco already has his gun up. He fires a round at McLean. The bullets rip into the tabletop and the chair. McLean goes down behind the table. Interior 34th floor, boardroom. Marco smiles and moves around to the other side of the table, but finds no one. He looks around frantically, then squats beneath the table and sees McLean lying prone in his pistol trained on him.
Drop it, you rug stain.
Boardroom doorway. Just then, Heinrich, the terrorist, steps into the doorway, sees the situation.
Marco, duck.
Marco drives sideways, but Henrik still isn't quick enough. McLean fires twice and Henrik drops sprawling onto the hallway, machine gun firing blindly until he hits the floor. Interior hostage floor. They can faintly hear the gunshots. Holly pales. The lobby. All Powell can hear is "Let it snow, let it snow." He stops just a yard from seeing the armed terrorist turn back.
Screw this.
He turns back. Interior, the boardroom. Marco springs on top of a huge table. McLean rolls onto his back so he can cover either angle, but it is clear that Marco is on the more enviable position. On Marco, on the tabletop, slams in a fresh magazine and smiles.
Next time, don't hesitate.
He leans his machine gun over the edge. McLean aims directly above him and fires twice into the underside of the table. The bullets rip through the table, and Marco, who drops beside McLean.
Thanks for the advice.
Interior lobby, same. Powell heads for the door. Eddie moves to lock up after him.
Sorry to waste your time. Merry Christmas.
Powell goes out. Interior 34th floor boardroom, same. McLean rolls out from under the table, goes to the windows, and looks down in time to see Powell heading for the car.
Oh, man. Please, no.
Desperate, he leans on the glass, which cracks again. On the verge of going, McLean thinks. He looks over his shoulder at the body of Marco. Interior, Powell's car, police car, same. Powell checked in on his radio. Unconsciously, he begins to hum the music he overheard in the lobby.
1 Adam 10 to 6421. We had a wild goose chase on that 436. Everything's okay over here. Over. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the hum-dum-dum is delightful. Roger, 1 Adam 10. We thought it was a crank call anyways. Clear to code 8. Roger. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Suddenly, Marco's body crashes onto the hood of his car.
Jesus H. Christ. 6421, this is Adam. 1 Adam 10.
Suddenly, a barrage of machine gun fires from Alexander on the 3rd floor drowns out his call. Powell ducks and flattens against the seat as bullets blow out the front window, covering him in glass.
Roger, 1 Adam 10, please repeat.
But Powell accelerates in reverse away from the building, keeping his head low and praying he doesn't hit anything as the bullets follow him, digging into asphalt. A half block away, his car runs off the pavement and down a slope, finally bouncing to a jarring halt in a parking lot, which is destined to become police headquarters a few pages from now. Powell sits up and clutches the mic.
1 Adam 10, under automatic rifle fire at Nakatomi, requesting immediate backup and SWAT assistance.
Interior 34th floor boardroom. McLean looks down at Powell and grins.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Interior office, TV station, same time. Widen from a police scanner, we take in the action here. All color coordination and slickness. Richard Thornburg, local TV news reporter, is on the phone to his girlfriend.
Of course I can get us a table. Wolfgang and me, we're like that. I interviewed him. Hold on, babe.
He covers the mouthpiece because he's become aware of what's coming from the scanner.
Attention all units, officer pinned down by automatic weapon fire at Nakatomi, Century City. Request assistance. Guys, you want to cut through the red tape? They practically turned this car into Swiss cheese. All right.
He drops the phone, picks up another, shouts.
Mary, this is Dick. I want a remote truck and a crew to meet me at the South Gate in 15 minutes. Damn right, 15. Where are we going? For an Emmy.
Now, hearing machine guns fire, Thornburg hangs up the second phone, runs out of the room. Camera pans back to the first phone.
Richard? Richard!
Exterior Century City night. Sirens wail as the first few police cars arrive. Powell sees them, waves them back, points to the 3rd floor. Interior hostage wing on Ellis, same. He leans back and closes his eyes, luxuriating in the sound of wailing police sirens. He looks at Holly.
Attitude Ellis.
I never thought I'd hear that sound. I'd love to hear that sound.
Interior Hans' office. Hans, Carls, Fritz, and Franco confer.
All of you, stay at your posts. We knew that police action was inevitable. In fact, it's necessary. So let them start their feeble efforts. Until then, stay calm. We have the hostages, remember? We are still in charge.
Suddenly, Hans CB cracks to life.
I told all of you, I want radio silence until further.
Interior, 34th floor, boardroom, McLean. He's got a CB on the table and its cop's notebook is out again. He's already upgraded the number of terrorists to 12, minus 3 equals 9, and added other information. As he speaks, he takes ammo clips. The dead men dropped, their sidearms, etc.
Hey, gee, sorry, Hans. Nobody gave me the message. You should have put it on a bulletin board. Anyways, I thought you and Franco and Carl and the other boys might be getting lonely now that I waxed Tony and Marco and their buddy. So I've invited some of my boys from my card games.
In the office, the terrorists react, startled as McLean name drops.
How does he know so much about us?
Ah, how nice of you to call. I assume you are our mysterious party crasher? You are most troublesome for a security guard.
Interior, 34th floor on McLean, intercut. Moving down the corridor, now armed with Marco's machine gun and carrying Heinrich's kit bag. He seems more lethal.
Bzzz. Sorry, Hans. Wrong guess. Would you like to go for double jeopardy? The stakes are double the score, the stakes are double and the score really changes.
He rolls Heinrich over and is delighted to find a pack of gualies in the man's pocket. He takes them, pats the dead man's face.
These are bad for your health anyway.
Who are you then?
Just a fly in the ointment, Hans. The monkey and the wrench. Just a pain in your ass.
McLean stops in mid-speech. He just opened the kit bag Heinrich had over the shoulder when he died. Now McLean takes out the contents. Dozens and dozens of explosive detonators marked danger and a chunk of cellar-wrapped plastic. The size of an electric razor. He whistles in surprise to himself. In the office, Hans turns off his mic for a moment, turns to Carl.
Check on all the others. Don't use the radio. See if he's lying about Marco and find out if anyone else is missing.
He moves. Hans goes back into the CB. Meanwhile, McLean smiles at the telltale static as Hans goes off and on. He knows what's happening. Now he starts to walk down a corridor, eyes panning from elevator to the stairwell doors.
Mr. Mystery Guest, are you still there?
Hey, I wouldn't think of leaving, Hans, unless you want to just open the front door.
I'm afraid not. But you have to have me at a loss. You know my name, but who are you? Just another American who saw too many movies as a child? Another orphan of a bankrupt culture who thinks he's John Wayne, Rambo, Marshall Dillon?
Actually, I'm partial to Roy Rogers. I really dug those sequin shirts.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
A light blinks on the elevator.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
McLean goes quietly through the stairwell door and is gone by the time the search party steps onto the floor. Hans sits quietly, thinking. Interior, 30th floor, same. Carl steps off the elevator and goes through the crowd of hostages to Hans.
I wasn't lying about Marco. He's 30 stories down on the street. The other man is Heinrich, and I found his body upstairs. And his bag is missing.
He had the detonators. Theo?
Interior safe room with Theo. With Christoph, he has drilled 2 holes in the safe and is working on the third when he hears a CB. He turns off the drill, answers.
Yo.
We may have some problems. How is your schedule?
Theo moves to his computer screen, which shows a schematic of the safe and blinking icons with the words mechanicals #2 and #2 disabled.
3 down, 4 to go.
Then don't waste time talking to me.
Suddenly, all react to nearby CB transmitter, which broadcasts. Powell.
This is Sergeant Al Powell of the Los Angeles Police Department. If the person who radioed for help on this channel can hear me, acknowledge this transmission. I say again.
I read you, pal. Are you the guy in the car?
Exterior police operations trailer. Powell stands in front of his destroyed cruiser and looks up at the building. Behind him, technicians, city power and light personnel, SWAT officers in protective gear, etc., arrive from all directions. A trailer is being backed into the parking lot, which will become the police station, the police center of operations. It is like watching a small town being constructed right before your eyes.
What's left of it? Can you identify yourself?
Hans and Carl, listening intently.
Maybe later. Just listen fast, because this is a party line and the neighbors are trigger happy. Now, here's the skinny. There's 30 or so hostages on the 30th floor, with 2, maybe 3 guards to cover a group that size. The leader here's name is Hans. And besides a pea shooter, he's ventilated your car with, they've got machine guns, side yarns up the yin yang. On top of that, they've got one of them had a big enough chunk of plastic explosives to orbit Kate Smith.
Note, the following dialogue is said over McLean's.
We have to find him and shut him up. He's telling them everything.
The police are irrelevant. We're waiting for the FBI. Until they arrive, we can't finish our work. Meanwhile, let this fool waste time for the police. Fritz, go help Uli find the bag.
The camera tightens on him.
We must find those detonators.
They leave with McLean.
How many are up there?
Figuring there's at least one coverage of the lobby with a couple of hostages, I'd say I'd come in at about a dozen. But they're down to 9 now, including the skydiver you just met. Now, these guys are mostly European, judging by their clothing labels, and they're well-financed and very slick.
How do you know?
I've seen enough phony IDs in my time to recognize the ones that must have cost these guys a fortune. Add them all up, and I don't know what the fuck that means. But these are badass perps, and they're here to stay.
We notice that everything McLean has said about clothing and IDs and police jargon, etc., has set off a little buzzer in Powell's brain.
I hear you, partner. And LA's finest are on it. So light them up if you got them.
I'm already ahead of you, partner.
What do I call you?
A moment, McLean smiles. What the heck?
Roy. Yeah.
Got it, Roy. Now listen. If you think of anything else you think we need to know, don't be shy, okay? In the meantime, I want you to find a safe place to hole up and let us do our job. Understand?
They're all yours, Al. Good luck.
McLean turns off his CB and sits against the wall. Exterior police operations night. An unmarked police car pulls up across the street from a Nakatomi building, and a man in a sports coat climbs out. Stocky, his hair a little too perfect. The very fact that he is the duty chief of police operations on a Christmas Eve gives some evidence to his position on the pecking order. His name is Dwayne T. Robinson, and he moves brusquely past police technicians and goes to the forward group of officers.
Who's talking to them?
Powell turns around.
I am, sir. Sergeant Al Powell. Dwayne Robinson. Well, what have you learned? What do they want? They're terrorists? Don't know, sir. We haven't heard a peep from them. Then who the hell you been talking to? We don't know exactly yet, sir. He won't give us a name. He appears to be the man who called in the report. He's killed one of the terrorists for sure and claims to cap 2 others. He claims, pal. Has it occurred or to you that he could be one of the terrorists pulling your chain? Or some kind of nutcase who... I don't think, sir. In fact, I think he's a cop. Maybe not LAPD, but definitely a badge. How do you know? A hunch. Things he said, like knowing how to recognize a phony ID. Recognizing a phony ID? Christ, pal. He could be a effing bartender for all we know.
Something draws Robinson's attention. He looks at his point of view remote news truck, pulling up and parked just beyond the barricades. Richard Thornburg gets out, starts supervising the position of cameras. Back to scene.
Oh, crap.
And we are on our break. This is now intermission.
Technical support provided by Cypher Studios. If you are in Southern California or the San Diego area, please visit Cypher Studios for their virtual backgrounds, podcast studio, and all-around filmmaking needs.
Interior hostage floor. Hans examines building plans at Holly's desk. Behind him, the TV is on, the sound muted. TV cops triumph over oafish bad guys. Hans looks up at as Fritz brings in Holly.
I have a request.
Oh? What idiot put you in charge?
You did. You murdered my boss. Now they're looking to me. Personally, I'd pass on the job. I don't enjoy being this close to you.
Hans is impressed by her candor, and she's easy enough on the eyes.
Go on.
We have a pregnant woman out there. Relax. She's not due for 2 weeks. But a marble floor isn't her doing her back any good. I'd like permission for her to move to one of the offices where there's a sofa.
No, but I'll have a sofa brought out to you. Good enough?
Good enough. And unless you'd like us messy, you'd better start taking us in groups to the bathroom.
Yes, you're right. It will be done.
He nods to one of his men, and she is waved to the door. As she goes,
Mr. Takagi chose his people well. Mrs.
Gennaro. Miss Gennaro.
He nods thoughtfully. She goes out. Hans suddenly notices. Closer TV. A slide special bulletin has appeared. This changes to a shot of the Nakatomi building with a live supered over it. Richard Thornburg is in front. The camera tightens on him.
This is Richard Thornburg, I don't even know my own name, speaking to you live from Century City, where Los Angeles has joined the sad but worldwide fraternity whose only membership requirement is the awesome specter of international terrorism.
Another TV screen, night. As Thornburg continues, we pull back. We're with Argyle in the backseat of the limo.
What else is new?
The camera pulls back and we see the Nakatomi building rise up in the background beneath Thornburg.
Holy crap! We're told that the situation began some 2 hours ago when an unidentified party of men took over the building and sealed off all the entrances and exits.
Argyle is already bailing out of the car. Exterior limo in the garage. Argyle looks at the metal gate, swallows. He jumps back in the car. Back inside, Argyle pours himself a stiff drink.
Since all the telephone lines have been cut, the only contact with the building has been through the use of CB communicators, which the terrorists brought with them. Strangely enough, so far the terrorists have not communicated directly with the police, but an unidentified man has had several conversations, which seems to indicate...
Oops. Argyle nearly spills his drink as he leans over the front seat and turns on the CB. Exterior, outside the building, same time. Signs of activity along the edges and shadows of the area. Men and vehicles. The snap of weapons and breaches. Footsteps running in unison. Powell picks up on this. Turns to Robinson, who is standing with the SWAT captain, Mitchell.
What's going on? What's it look like? We're going in. Going in? Are you out of your mind? There's 30 hostages in there, for all we know. For all we know, we don't know crap, pal. If there's hostages, why hasn't anyone asked for ransom? If there's terrorists, where's their goddamn list of demands? All we know is that someone shot up your car. And it could have been that same flake you've been talking to on the radio. What about the body that fell on the window? Who the hell knows? Maybe he was a stockbroker who looked at the Dow Jones and opted for early retirement.
Chief, we're ready.
I'm coming.
Rivers,
Yo,
begin your begin your recon.
McLean inside the building sadly realizes that the Marlborough pack has only 2 more to go. He savors the dregs of his current number, then suddenly becomes aware of an almost eerie quiet. He moves to the window, his point of view outside. Hints of activity in the darkness. A light flares, extinguished. Shadows move on the trailer walls. Back to scene.
Al, you still with me? What's going on, Al?
Outside, Powell stiffens. Robinson looks at him warningly, shakes his head.
I'm here, Roy, but I'm kind of busy. Let's talk later, okay?
Al, what's wrong? Did something? Oh God, you're coming in. That's it, isn't it? Gee, Christ, pal, I told you what you're dealing with in here.
I said we'll talk later, Roy. If you're what I think you are, you should know when to listen, when to shut up, and when to pray.
Hating himself, Powell disconnects. Watches lights snaps in the parking lot to illuminate the area. Also hating himself, McLean does the same thing. Pale, he moves to the window to watch what he knows is going to be brutal. Interior, Holly's office, Hans. He hunches over his communicator.
They'll be coming. Get ready, Theo. Watch the screens. Be our eyes and ears. Wait until they're close.
Eddie slips away from the desk, a computer card in his hand. He meets up with the other terrorist, and they move behind a slit in the wall. Eddie waves his card in the center at the sensor, and a metal grid crashes into place. They hold their weapons behind it, ready. Interior, on other floors, various shots, terrorists. All now with their earplugs and their CBs, taking up positions. Interior at the lobby door. The SWAT team leader moves on in SOP style to the door, scans it carefully. Exterior, Century City, on Mitchell and Robinson, police barricades. Mitchell listens to CB radio.
we're in position.
Mitchell looks at Robinson, who is visibly tense. Robinson hesitates, then gives his approval with a nod.
Go.
Quick shots inside the lobby. The security cameras on the walls pan and move. Interior, the vault door. Christoph drills away, is rewarded with the message, 5th lock deactivated. Do you wish to continue? Nearby, Theo sits at the back at a bank of monitors. Screen after screen pinpoints all the police activities outside, down to the last detail. Theo smiles. Suddenly we recognize that tune he's been whistling. It's Singing in the Rain.
It was the night before Xmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, except for the 4 assholes coming in the rear in standard 2x2 cover formation.
Interior lobby night. Eddie and another terrorist, Uli, take up prone firing positions, using the gaps in the steel partition like gunpoints. Angle on 2 SWAT officers. Mitchell and Robinson watch from behind the cover of a police car as the SWAT officers remove the portable welding torch and begin cutting their way through the locks. Interior, 33rd floor, McLean. He moves painfully to the window and looks out. He can't see a thing because of the lights.
No.
Exterior, police barricades on Mitchell and Robinson. Suddenly, rifle fire sounds from the building.
They're shooting at them.
It's panic fire. They can't see anything.
They're shooting at the lights.
More shots ring out from the building, going over the SWAT officers' heads, and suddenly a huge dome of one of the spotlights shatters behind Mitchell and Robinson's head. The glow fades. A moment later, the next light 20 feet away dies.
They're going after the lights.
The 2 SWAT officers cutting the garage
Gate.
are I don't know. 8 suddenly look up as their cover starts to disappear.
Call them back.
No, they're almost in.
Suddenly, the 3rd and 4th lights are shot out, and the SWAT men become sitting ducks. Interior, Holly's office, hands. He calmly speaks into his CB.
Don't get impatient. Just wound them.
Interior lobby. Eddie and Ely fire. They hit one of the officers in the leg, the second one in the arm. Exterior police barricades on Mitchell and Robinson.
Send in the car.
An armed car wheels toward the building and starts toward the wounded men. Interior roof machine room, service elevator, same. James and Alexander quickly load 2 crates into the service car and service elevator and push the button on the 3rd floor. As the car starts down, they move an anti-tank gun from one of the crates, with Theo watching screen.
Well, what have we here? The police have got themselves an RV. James, Alexander, southwest corner.
The interior 3rd floor, same. The service elevator arrives on the 3rd floor, and James and Alexander move across the room toward the window with the anti-tank weapon. At the window, they prepare the weapon for use. Outside the window, the armored car has stopped in front of the wounded man, and paramedics quickly load them in from the sheltered side of the vehicle. Alexander quickly sights on the armored car.
I have them.
Fire.
Exterior, the armored car. A blast roars from the 3rd floor window, and the shell hits the armored car. The car pitches forward like a beast whose front legs have been shot out from under it. Its front axle destroyed, unable to move. Alexander looks back at James and grins. 30th floor, Hans. He watches from his window, coldly picks up his CB.
Hit it again.
McLean listening, he picks up his CB.
Hans, you motherfucker, you made your point. Let them pull back.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cowboy. I'll take it under advisement. Hit it again.
McLean slumps to the floor below the window. He feels helpless, then notices his kit bag. 3rd floor, James runs back to the crate on the elevator. Exterior, police barricade on Robinson and Mitchell. They look on in horror as the armored car sits helplessly on fire. On the police radio channel, we hear the screams of men inside.
Rivers, Rodriguez, report.
This is Rivers. We've got one dead. Everybody's hit. Rodriguez is bleeding bad. We've got to get the F out of here.
Rivers, hang on. That's an order. Hang on. We'll get you out.
Interior elevated car, 3rd floor, same. James opens the box of shells and takes 2 and starts back across the room. Interior, 3rd floor, close in on a shape of plastic explosives, same. Like a football, it sits on the seat of a secretary's chair with casters. We pull back to see McLean's press 3 detonators into the top, then cover the explosives with a typewriter, tying it securely in place with electrical cords. Angle on service elevator, McLean. Wheels the chair to the service elevator, opens the door and blocks them with a fire axle. He looks in. The top of the car can just be seen 35 floors below. Interior, 3rd floor. James hands the shell to Alexander, who expertly loads it into the anti-tank gun. Alexander lifts the gun to his shoulder and aims. Interior, 38th floor. McLean pushes the chair into the shaft.
Geronimo, motherfuckers.
For a long moment, there is nothing. Then the shaft is filled with light. Then sound an ungodly roar, and McLean is thrown back across the elevator corridor against the other back of the doors by the concussion wave. Interior, the 3rd floor. The explosion, like a firestorm, rips across the floor, blowing out the machine gun next to James and Alexander, shattering windows, sending desks, chairs, phones, and typewriters flying. Exterior, Avenue of the Stars. The police take cover behind their cars. Powell, Robinson, and Mitchell look like they've seen the face of God as the building rocks from the blast. Henry's cigarette falls from his mouth as the desk is sent hurtling across Avenue of the Stars into the trees across the street. Interior, underground parking garage on William, same.
Oh, Jesus!
Exterior, down the street, same. Dick Thornburg's crew is taping.
Unreal. Did you get that?
Yep.
Thornburg looks at his competitors, still setting up.
Eat your heart out, Channel 4.
On hostage floor, the hostages are shaking and the terrorists guarding them aren't too sure of themselves either. Only Hans is relatively calm.
They're using artillery on us.
Oh, you idiot. It's not the police. It's him.
Angle on Holly. She comforts Ginny. Interior, 32nd floor, McLean, same. He sits up and lifts the CB.
Hey, Al. Al. Yo, the guys in the car, did they make it?
Exterior Powell on the street, watching as the survivors are pulled out of the wreck and to safety.
Safe and sound, thanks to you. What the F was that?
Hey, it's plastic I found. Is the building on fire?
No, but it's gonna need one heck of a paint job. That was a crap load of screen doors. One spotter says you got 2 with that blast.
2? Are you sure?
Before Powell can answer, Robinson comes running up to him.
Is that him? Yes, sir. Give me that. Now listen to me, mister. I don't know what you think you're doing, but demolishing a building doesn't fall under the definition of help. There's hundreds of people out there here, and you covered half of them in pieces of glass.
Glass? My ass. Who the fuck is this?
This is Deputy Chief of Police Dwayne T. Robinson, and I'm in charge of the situation.
McLean leans tiredly against the elevator door.
Well, from up here, doesn't look like you're in charge of shit, Dwayne. I haven't seen such a fucked up operation since the Bridge of Frankenstein. Ask the guys from the armored car if they mind a little flying glass.
You listen, you a-hole.
A-hole? I'm not the one who just got butt fucked on national television, Dwayne. Now, if you're not part of the problem, or if you're not part of the solution, stop being a part of the problem. Get off the radio and give me back to Al.
McLean is so furious he's out of breath. Interior limo, Argyle, same. Argyle nods in agreement.
Tell him, Mr. Mac, tell him.
Interior, 33rd floor on McLean. Still seething. There's a long pause in the CB. Then,
Hello, Roy. How are you feeling?
Pretty fucking unappreciated.
on Powell. Other officers, including Robinson, monitor the conversation.
Hey, I love you. So do a lot of the guys. So hang in there, man. Hang in there.
Thanks, partner.
TV close. As it snaps on, we're in the studio set.
Of the Nakatomi building. Sources say that the terrorist leader, Hans, may be this man, Hans Gruber.
A slide of Hans appears behind her. At the same time, the camera pulls back. We realize we're on the hostage floor, and Hans has just turned on the set out here for his guests. He smiles modestly as they recognize him from the on-air shot, returns to the office.
A member of the radical West German Volksfrei movement. Strangely, the Volksfrei leadership issued a communique an hour ago stating that Gruber has been expelled from the organization and is operating on his own.
Obviously, Gail, whatever his affiliation, it's safe to say that Gruber's terrorist actions in Los Angeles tonight are, well, terroristic. As this crap continues, Alice suddenly stands, head towards a terrorist's office. Immediately, the chief guard here, Fritz, moves to intercept Alice.
Where are you going?
I'm tired of sitting here and waiting to see who's going to get killed first. Them or your husband. Hey, hi there.
What are you going to do?
Dude, I don't know how Jason does this. I'm trying my best here, guys.
That's okay.
Maybe it's not overlapping ones, but yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'm negotiating. I negotiate $1 million businesses for breakfast. I can handle these clowns. Hey, I want to talk to Hans. Hans, sprechen Sie Doch?
He doesn't wait for an answer. Fritz follows him. Holly worries. Interior, the office.
You wouldn't let me kill him when I had the chance.
If you'd listen to me, he would be neutralized already.
I don't want neutral. I want dead.
All turn at the rap on the door. Alice is there.
Hey, hope I'm not interrupting.
What does he want?
As Fritz shrugs.
It's not what I want. It's what I can give to you. Look, let's be straight, okay? It's obvious you're not some dumb thugs here to snatch up a couple purses. Am I right? Yeah. Carl. Oh, wait. Carl looks at Ellis and then Hans and then at Hans as if to say, let me plug this a-hole right now. But Hans is either amused or curious or bored enough to shake his head. Then back to Ellis.
You're very perceptive.
Hey, I read the papers. I watch 60 Minutes and I say to myself, these guys are professionals, right? They're motivated. They're happening. They want something. Now, personally, I don't care much about your politics. Maybe you're pissed at a camel jockey or Northern Ireland. And then none of my business. I figure, hey, you're here to negotiate. Am I right?
You're amazing. You figured this all out already?
Hey, man, it's business to business. You use a gun, I use a fountain pen. What's the difference? Let's put it in my terms. You're on a hostile takeover, and you're here to grab us some green mail. But you didn't expect some poison pill up there running around this building. Hans, Bubby, I'm your white knight.
I must have missed 60 Minutes. What are you saying?
I can give you the guy upstairs who's fucking things up for you. I got him.
Hans reacts with real interest for the first time. We cut to Powell by the CB. He suddenly reacts to a groan from McLean.
Roy, are you all right?
Inside McLean, he's by an open desk drawer, having just ripped open a package of Twinkies he's found. He grimaces, mouth full.
Yeah, just trying to get a handle on these old Twinkies. Yuck. What do they put in these things?
Sugar, enriched flour, partially hydrogenated vegetable oil, polysorbate 60, and yellow dye number 5.
Hey, you sound like a man with a couple of kids.
Not yet. My wife is working on our first. You got any kids back on the ranch?
McLean swallows Twinkie with a grimace, taking out his wallet, flips it open to a picture of himself and Holly and the kids in happier days.
2. And, I'd sure like to see him swinging on the jungle gym with Al Jr.
It's a date. You buy the ice cream.
McLean laughs, stares at the photo, when suddenly another voice beside Powell's comes on the radio.
Hans.
Touching, cowboy, touching. Or should I call you Mr. McLean? Mr. Officer John McLean on the NYPD?
McLean freezes. How much do they know? Interior trailer Thornburg reacts gleefully, writes down the name. Thorson.
Get on the phone to our New York affiliate. Move, move.
Powell reacts, signals an aide who's already writing too. Intercut McLean and Hans.
Sister Teresa used to call me Mr. McLean in third office. My friends call me John. You are neither, shithead.
I have someone who wants to talk to you. A very special friend who was at the party with you tonight.
McLean's face falls. Oh, God. Eyes closed. He waits for the voice that tells him it's all over.
Hey, Johnny boy.
McLean's eyes open, showing equal parts of shock and hope. In the office, camera adjusts to show Ellis as Hans gives him the CB.
Ellis?
Ellis has a cigarette, and a terrorist brings him a Diet Coke.
John, they're only giving me a few minutes to try to talk some sense into you. Look, I know you think you're doing your job, and I appreciate that, bud, but you're just dragging this thing out. None of us are going to get out of here until these people negotiate with the police. And they're not just going to start doing that until you stop messing things up. Ellis, what have they told you? I told them we're old friends and that you're my guest at the party.
McLean sighs, partially relieved. Hans, meanwhile, narrows his eyes.
Ellis, you shouldn't be doing this. Tell me about it.
He looks at Hans, who gives him a nod.
All right, John, listen to me. They want to tell you, or they want you to tell us where the detonators are. They know people are listening. They want the detonators, or they're going to kill me.
Ellis gives Hans a big okay sign. Hans returns it. Interior police trailer on Powell, Robinson, same. The others, listening intently. McLean closes his eyes and leans his head back again. He knows what's going to happen, even if this poor little guy Ellis doesn't.
John, didn't you hear me? Yeah, I heard you. You're a fucking moron. John, I think we could get, if you could get with the program. The police are here now. There's no problem. Tell these guys where the detonator's in and nobody gets hurt. Hey, I'm putting my life on the line here for you, buddy. Don't you think I know that? Put Hans on. Hans, listen to me. This shithead doesn't know what kind of scum you are, but I do.
Good. Then you'll give us what we want and save your friend's life. You're not part of this equation. It's time to realize that.
Saying this, Hans takes out his gun, points it at Ellis, smiling. Ellis smiles too.
Hans, what am I, a method actor? Come on, babe. Put the gun away. This isn't radio or television. That asshole's not your friend. I barely know him. I hate his fucking guts. Ellis, for Christ's sake, tell him you don't mean shit to me. John, how could you say that after all these years? John.
Ellis looks at Hans and shrugs. Well, I tried. Hans nods understandingly. He takes the CB, presses the talk button, and in one frighteningly smooth motion brings the Walther up to Ellis's forehead and pulls the trigger. Interior, 33rd floor, McLean. He was expecting the shot, but it still chills him. Interior, 30th floor, Holly and hostages. She lowers her head sadly. Around her, the others go crazy as they see Ellis's blood splattered on the glass walls on Hans' office. Interior, Hans' office, on Hans. He throws open the door to let McLean and the police hear the screams of the hostages.
Hear that? Talk to me. Where are my detonators? Where are they, or shall I shoot another one? Sooner or later, I might get to someone you do care about.
Go fuck yourself.
He disconnects. Exterior building. Powell fends off Robinson, who wants the CV.
Goddamn, didn't you hear him? He practically pulled the goddamn trigger himself. He gave that man to them. Christ, can't you read between the lines? He did everything he could to save him. If he gave himself up, they'd both be dead. Maybe they'd at least be talking to us. Now tell your partner to stay out of it, or so help me, if he lives through this, I'll put him behind bars myself. He's alone, tired, hunted, and hasn't seen diddly squat from us, and you think he gives a flying crap about what you're going to do to him? Robinson, wake up and smell the crap you're shoveling. Anytime you want to go home, Sergeant, consider yourself dismissed.
They lock eyes.
No, sir. You couldn't drag me away.
Attention, police! Attention, police!
It's butts and elbows time. Tape recorders are started.
This is Deputy Chief Robinson. Who is this?
Interior
This-
Hans' office.
This is Hans Gruber. I assume you realize the futility of direct action against me. We have no wish for further loss of life.
What do you have a wish for, Mr. Gruber?
I have comrades in arms around the world who are languishing in prison. The American state department enjoys rattling its saber to its own ends. Now it can rattle it for me.
McLean, listening to this with expressions ranging from astonishment to dismay to outright derisive amusement.
The following people are to be released from their captors. In Northern Ireland, the 7 members of the new Provo Front. In Canada, the 5 imprisoned leaders of Liberté de Quebec.
Interior Hands Office.
In Sri Lanka, the 9 members of the Asian Dawn Movement. Asian Dawn Movement?
Carl.
Asian Dawn movement?
I read about them in Time magazine. And when those revolutionary brothers and sisters are free, the hostages in this building will be taken to the roof and they will accompany us in helicopters to the Los Angeles International Airport, where you will be given further instructions. You have 2 hours to comply.
Robinson.
2 hours? Are you insane? I can't authorize. Hello? Hello?
Do you think they'll even try to do it?
Oh, who cares? Theo, are we on schedule?
Interior Vault Room. Theo and Christoph have been rewarded with another lock deactivated.
One more to go, then it's up to you.
The graphic on the screen flashes. Warning, electromagnetic seal armed.
And you better be right, because this one's gonna take a miracle.
It's Christmas, Theo. It's the time of miracles. So be of good cheer and call me when you hit the last lock. Carl, hunt the little shit down and get those detonators.
Franco is checking the explosives. Fritz is with him.
I'll check the explosives. You just get those detonators.
Interior's 32nd floor McLean. As he talks, he essentially patrols the floor he's staked out, constantly looking into every dark corner, gun held ready, moving toward the stairwell.
Hey, Al. Al, you there, buddy?
I'm here, cowboy.
Speaking of cows, did you ever hear so much bullshit in all your life? 2 hours? That doesn't even make sense.
Don't tell me, partner. I'm just a desk jockey who was on his way home when you rang.
The way you drove that car, I figured you were out on the streets.
In my youth, partner, in my youth.
Interior TV studio night. Gail and Harvey had company, a man from the Senator Paul Simon's School of Grooming.
Author of Hostage Terrorist Hostage, a study in duality. Dr. Hasseldorf, what can we expect in the next few hours?
Well, Gail, by this time, the hostages and their captors should be entering the early stages of the Helsinki syndrome.
Am I Harvey? Yeah. As in Helsinki, Sweden? Interior control room, Sam sighs, shaking his head.
Finland. Basically, it's when the hostages and the terrorists go through a sort of psychological transference of projection of dependency.
Interior Nakatomi hostage floor. Fritz drags Ellis's body out of the office and throws it on the floor.
What can only be described as a strange sort of trust and bond develops. We've had situations where hostages have embraced their captors after their release, and in one case even corresponded with them in prison.
Interior building, machine floor. Hans turns, looks up at the ceiling. Too dim up there to see from here. He sighs, sets his gun down on the buttress, starts to climb up, not enjoying it. Exterior outside the building. Robinson looks at a young cop, reacts, startled.
The FBI? Here? Now?
Yes, sir. We're right over there.
Robinson looks at Powell, adjusting his clothes, fixes his tie.
You want a breath mint?
Robinson glares at him, and then they move together towards a big, dark government car. Headlights still on, dominating the area where it sits. Robinson steps up, sees his point of view, FBI agents. They get out. One big black lit silhouette, one little one.
I'm Special Agent Johnson of the FBI. This is Agent Johnson. No relation. Dwayne Robinson, LAPD. I'm in charge here. Not anymore.
As Robinson reacts, we go to interior, the mechanical floor, tight on Hans. He checks the plastique, not pleased. He turns, drops to the floor. Low angle. He lands, knees bent, looks directly at a pair of bare feet. A gun barrel drops onto the shot, close to his head, into the shot.
Lost?
New angle, a moment, and then Hans turns, looks up. The transformation in his expression and bearing are mind-boggling. Hands shaking, eyes filling with fear. He swallows, looks up at McLean, and in a perfect American accent says, "Oh, we can't hear you."
Muted.
Muted.
American accent. Vicky.
Vicky, you're muted.
Vicky, you're muted.
I'm sure that was fantastic, though.
Yeah.
Oh, God, please. Don't kill me. Oh, don't kill me. Oh, you're one of them. I know it.
Vicky, that was an amazing American accent, by the way. Whoa. Easy, man. I won't hurt you. Who are you? What are you looking for?
Hans' eyes dart toward the buttress 10 feet away, where a tiny piece of his gun sticks out, barely visible. Back to scene.
I'll way up to the roof. I thought I could signal for help.
He starts in that direction.
Forget it. They got guys moving up there. If you want to stay alive, keep moving. Hey, you hear me?
Hans realizes this tack won't work. He follows McLean.
You're an American.
Yeah, only if New Jersey counts.
It works. The poor frightened civilian shows a hint of a smile. Exterior, outside building.
We've got 30, maybe 35 hostages, probably on the 30th floor, 7, maybe 8 terrorists.
Sounds like a standard A7 scenario.
Big Johnson nods in agreement, turns to Robinson.
Thank you. We'll handle it from here. When we need to commandeer your men, we'll try to let you know.
He starts to move away with his partner.
Aren't you forgetting something?
Johnson and Johnson turn. Robinson wants Powell to shut up.
Such as? John McLean. He's the man who gave us all the information we've got. He's the reason you're facing 7 terrorists instead of 12.
He's inside. Who is he?
He may be a cop. We're checking on that. One of yours? No, sir. If he's not a terrorist and he's not a hostage, he's just part of the equation.
They start to walk away.
That's the same goddamn thing the terrorist said.
Really? That's one good thing. Sounds like we're dealing with pros.
They leave. Interior, the computer floor. McLean and Hans walk together. Hans is still a nervous wreck.
There was a party, celebration. All of a sudden they were there, shooting, threatening us.
Closer shot. McLean looks to this poor civilian on the edge of going to pieces. He puts his hand on his shoulder.
Relax, man. You smoke?
Hans nods, still frightened. McLean takes out his spoils of war, the Marlboros, 2 left. He sighs, takes one, offers the other one with an expression like a little boy forced to share a cookie. McLean takes out a lighter, does his and Hans. Hans nods, grateful, then peers at McLean.
You don't work for Nakatomi. And if you're not one of them...
I'm a New York cop.
New York?
They invited me to this Christmas party, man. Who knew?
Hans' eyes take in his bare feet.
Better than being caught with your pants down, right? John McLean.
William Clay. Call me Bill.
McLean nods, friendly-like, and his eyes glance casually over at exterior of the wall, a roster of Nakatomi employees. In alphabetical order, camera moves over the C's, Campbell, S, Clay, WM, Crawford, L, pans back to Clay, back to scene.
Well, Bill, you know how to use a handgun?
One weekend I went to a combat ranch. You know, that game with the guns that shoot red paint must sound pretty silly to you.
Sounds better than nothing.
McLean takes out his Beretta, pops out the magazine, jams in a fresh one, and hands it to him.
Time for the real thing.
McLean turns, moves on, and we stay on him until he reacts to a click. He slowly turns, new angle. Hans again. From expression to posture. He holds the pistol aimed at McLean's face and talks calmly into his radio in German.
Carl, Franco, I'm on 33. Come quickly. Put down your gun and give me my detonators.
McLean just looks at him.
Hans. So you're Hans.
McLean's gun. Put it down now.
That was tricky with that accent. I bet you do a great Ed Sullivan. Why do you need those detonators, Hans? I already used the explosives.
I'm going to count to 3.
Yeah, like you did with Takagi.
McLean raises his machine gun, aims it at Hans, pulls the trigger. Click, astonishment. Click, click, click. McLean steps in carefully, reclaims his pistol.
You think I'm some kind of a schmuck, Hans?
Hans pales as we hear the ding of an approaching elevator.
You were saying?
McLean whirls in time to see Carl, Franco, and Fritz coming out of it, firing. Back to scene. McLean fires back, killing Fritz. Carl and Franco take cover. McLean ducks into a water cooler alcove. He looks back at where Hans was. He's gone. A swinging office door and only evidence of his passing. Back to scene. McLean curses himself, then retreats into a bank of computers, where he ducks and dodges as bullets ping and ricochet all around him, ducking, rolling. He fires at Franco. McLean's bullets rake his middle, throw him over a desk, his weapon flying. Closer, he slides right into a glass door. It smashes around his head. Bright arterial blood fountains up. McLean, hope rising at the prospect of an equal battle. His face suddenly falls as bullets fly from an unexpected direction. He turns. Hans has reappeared and snatched up Franco's weapon. McLean fires, moving, trying to keep from being flanked. Thank you. Being flanked. One of his shots shatters a glass panel, raining down shards near Hans, who escapes with only superficial scratches. Hans looks at the glass around him. He gets an idea. He shouts to Carl in German.
The glass! Shoot the glass!
And saying this, he demonstrates. Carl follows suit. McLean, as glass flies everywhere, McLean sees one option, takes it. Blasting a burst to keep their heads down, he whirls, jumps on top of a long counter, and runs across the room. Their bullets following him. 6 inches behind his moving form, big gray units groan with electric squeals and sparks as the million gigabytes goes into RAM heaven. McLean reaches the end of the counter, dives, and rolls onto the floor. His foot goes right down on a jagged shard. He groans, keeps going. Stairwell door. He's out, gone, safe. Back to scene. Carl looks mad as heck. Behind him, Hans sifts through the rubble and comes over, smiling. He's holding a bag of detonators.
Smile, Carl. We are back in business.
Interior TV trailer.
Yes, it all depends on what we mean by terror. If Clausewitz could say war is the last resort of democracy, couldn't we just as well say that terrorism has equal claim too?
Mary comes inside, grinning ear to ear. Thornburg looks up from his Danish, a cute little chin napkin protecting his shirt collar.
You got something?
Just McLean's name, badge number, police records, vital statistics, and his family's address right here in LA. As Thornburg grins, we go to interior hostage floor. Eddie and Yuli are guarding the hostages. Hans and Carl return. Hans tosses a bag of detonators to Uli, who grins and leaves. Holly and Ginny. Holly has watched all this nervously, but Ginny's eyes follow Carl, who doesn't share the mood of others.
That one looks pissed, Miss Gennaro.
Thank God. He's still alive.
Interior upstairs washroom. The door jars open. McLean all but crawls inside. As he passes a camera, we see his dragging foot leaving a trail of blood on the linoleum. Interior vault room, same time. Theo and Christoph react, delighted as they get the message 6 lock deactivated. Suddenly the buzzer sounds and the graphics flash. Electromagnetic seal engaged. Cannot be disarmed at this location. Terminate sequence, yes or no?
You better heat up that the miracle you were talking about. We broke through on number 6, and the electromagnetic came down like a sledgehammer.
Interior hands office.
Well, have a look at what our friends outside are doing, and I'll be right up.
Interior bathroom night. Wincing in pain, McLean washes his foot in a sink basin. He washes a deep cut, soaks it, but the pain doesn't relent. When a voice speaks, he jumps, realizes it's CB.
Roy, you still with us?
Yeah. But all things being equal, I'd rather be in Philadelphia. By the way, chalk up 2 more terrorists.
Exterior.
The boys will be glad. We got a pool going for you.
McLean tries to wrap paper towels on the foot, but his grimace shows, and it still hurts like heck.
Yeah. What are the odds?
You don't want to know.
Suddenly remembering an NYPD course in first aid from 10 years ago, McLean removes an improvised bandage. Check the cuts more carefully.
Hey, put me down for 20. I'm good for it. So, what got you off the streets, Al? You look like you like lousy coffee or what?
Powell doesn't answer right away. At the same time, McLean swallows, seeing a gleam inside his foot. He gingerly probes and pulls out a shard of glass almost 3 inches long from its angled gash. His mouth twisted in silent scream all the way.
I realized I couldn't do what I had anymore. At least not out there. I had an accident.
McLean throws the glass across the room, forehead bathed in sweat.
Well, the way you drive, I can see why.
I shot a kid.
Realizing what he's heard for the first time, McLean's face shifts to a new kind of pain.
11 years ago. Oh, it was dark. He was big for his age. Dang ray gun. He had it. Looked real enough. Yeah. I had all the right excuses, but afterwards, I really couldn't draw my gun again.
Hey, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to make a joke of it.
Hey, how could you know?
I still feel that shit, man.
Then this won't matter. LAPD's not calling the shots anymore.
As McLean reacts, we go to interior vault night. Hans and Theo lean over a monitor watching the DWP truck near the parking garage.
There's the city. There's the city like engineers. They're going into the street circuits. But who are these guys in the suits?
That's the FBI, ordering them to cut the building's power. They're as regular as clockwork. Or a time lock.
On Theo's look.
The circuits that cannot be cut are cut automatically in response to a terrorist incident. You ask for miracles, Theo. I give you the FBI.
When you're hot, you're hot.
Exterior building. As we saw on Theo's screen, the Johnsons and Robinson and Powell are a manhole with the city engineer. A big control box is there. Cables snaking into the ground where another city worker finishes welding a last connection.
We've spliced in down the line.
Do it now.
The engineer throws giant levers. Inside the manhole, sparks sizzle and massive contacts clunk the building one by one. All the light on the floors go out. McLean is in the bathroom, ripping off his shirt and tying it around his foot. He reacts.
Al, what's going on?
Exterior outside.
Ask the FBI. They've got the terrorist playbook, and they're running it step by step.
McLean reacts, worried. He knows better. The hostages groan with this new problem. Interior, the vault room. Theo and Christoph and Hans huddled over a computer monitor screen as if it were a warm fireplace. Theo points to the computer screen. All they can do is wait. We hear the hum of a portable generator. The lights go off. The computer screen stays on. Theo looks over at the safe. Safe LED readout. It still reads, fiber optic time lock cannot be disarmed at this location. Terminate sequence, yes or no. Back to scene.
Dang, it didn't go off.
They're on the building circuit. It's too vocal.
Encourage them to be bolder.
The only thing left for them is the city grid. They may not do it.
Exterior building. Just as the Johnsons are looking smug, all the floors go back on one by one.
Crap! Cut it again. Go wider.
I can't go wider here. I'd have to call downtown and have them take down the entire city grids. You're talking about 10 square blocks. 10 blocks? Are you crazy? It's Christmas Eve. Thousands of people. The mayor will scream bloody murder. We must shut down the building. Go wider. I need authorization. Authorization? How about the United States effing government? Lose the grid or lose your job.
The engineer looks at Robinson. No help. The engineer looks at his guy in the manhole, shrugs. No choice.
Central, this is Walt. I'm at Nakatomi. I want you to shut down grid 212. No crap, this is my butt. Just shut it down now.
Pause, and then the floors of the building all go out again. Interior, the vault room. Emergency lighting flicks on. An alarm. Beep, beep, beeps. The LED readout on the safe changes to fiber optics time lock deactivated at source. 7th lock disengaged. Back to scene. With a dramatic hum worthy of 2001, the vault door opens, exterior outside. The FBI guys look at the dark building and then at the LAPD guys. Mute.
That should shake them up. With all the power shut down, those bastards are probably scared crapless.
In the vault room, interior of the vault room, the safe door finishes its ponderous move, clunks to a halt. Theo and Christoph laugh. They give each other high fives. Even Hans loses his usual cool, slaps Theo on the back as Theo and Christoph cheer. Thornburg's TV truck drives along the residential street. We see a Nakatomi Tower in the background, spotlit by the police beams. Thornburg checks a map, points a turnout to the driver. Exterior outside the Nakatomi building. Powell looks up at the dark structure lit only by emergency lighting. He sidles over to the FBI men.
What do we do now? Arrest them for not paying their electric bill?
We let them sweat a while. Then, when they're expecting helicopters, we give them helicopters.
Right up the butt. This is Johnson. No, the other one. I want that air support ready to lift off in 5 minutes. Dang right, fully armed. We're on our way. Attention, in the building.
Interior vault room. Hans talks while Theo and Christoph tackle the problem of unloading the racks and racks of bonds and transferring them to the black cases.
This is Hans.
This is Agent Johnson of the FBI. The State Department has arranged for the release of your comrades. The helicopters you requested are on the way.
I hear you, FBI. We'll be ready.
He disconnects, smiles at Theo.
When they touch down and we blow the roof, they'll spend a month sifting through the bodies and rubble. By the time they figure out what went wrong, we'll be earning 20% like a nice fat capitalist.
By the time he figures out what hit him, he'll be in a body bag.
The Johnsons exit. Powell and Robinson look at each other, unhappy. Powell's CB hisses.
Wow, listen.
Powell moves off to be alone, interior bathroom.
I'm here, John.
McLean tries walking on his foot. He winces in pain, clearly at the end of his resources.
Look, I'm getting a bad feeling up here. I'd like you to do something for me. Look up my wife. Don't ask her how. You'll know by then. Tell her, look, I've been a jerk. When things panned out for her, I should have been there behind her all the way. I had something, we had something great together and I screwed it up. Man, she was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I acted like a bum. She heard me say, I love you 1,000 times, but she's never going to hear this, honey. I'm sorry. Did you get all that?
I got it. But you can just tell her yourself. Just watch your butt and you'll make it.
I hope so. But that's up to the big guy upstairs. Upstairs? Hans, you bastard. What are you doing?
Roy?
Stand by, pal. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Stand by, pal. I got to check something out.
He moves towards the door, limping hurriedly out of the room. Interior Holly's front door. Thornburg's got one foot literally in the doorway, but since Paulina still has the chain on, it's not quite enough.
1 minute, that's all we ask. You could be denying them their last chance to talk to their parents.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Holly. She says I couldn't let strangers in to...
Strangers? I'm with KFLW TV. That's affiliated with the FCC, and I'm sure you know that's the United States government, just like the INS.
As she wavers, interior mechanical floor, McLean hobbles in here, favoring his foot. He retraces his steps earlier, mentally replaying his meeting with Hans. McLean.
I was here. He was.
His eyes flick over the area, then he looks up. Seeing something, he moves closer. He sets down his CB, and then with difficulty, he climbs up on the thick pipe, flicks his lighter, and holds it high. His POV, explosives are everywhere, back to scene. He retracts, quickly extinguishing the lighter. He follows the detonator lines with his eyes.
Oh my God.
He drops to the floor, winces in pain, picks up his CV.
Pal, listen to me. They're double-crossed. The whole roof of the building is...
Suddenly, a gun barrel is pressed against his head. He stiffens, new angle. Carl takes his Beretta, tosses it away. Then Carl takes the CB. Smiling, Carl smashes the transmitter underfoot. Exterior building, police lines. Powell is beside one of the radio monitor officers.
Roy? Hello. I thought you had him. I did. He said something about a double cross. Tell me about it.
New angle, showing two helicopters in the distance heading this way. Interior machine floor. Carl hovers over McLean, who hasn't moved a muscle.
We're both professionals, but this is personal. You are done.
Wham! McLean drives his elbow into Carl's face. New angle. Carl's weapon clatters on the floor. McLean follows his first blow with another. Carl recovers and with a spinning karate kick slams McLean back. Hostage floor, night. Eddie turns from the window where the chopper lights loom closer. Oh, I'm Eddie. They're coming. Camera pans across the room to the doorway of the office where Hans stands.
I know you're proud of your daddy.
Close up Holly. She's speechless, watching in shock as the portable TV shows Thornburg at Holly's house. He's squatting down with his microphone to interview the children in their PJs. His voice is soft, comforting.
Because he's a very brave policeman, and your mom has shown just as much courage. But is there something you'd like to say to them if they're watching?
John Jr. says nothing, but Lucy looks at the camera. Come home. Holly, she struggles to stay composed, but can't. She slowly turns her head, looks at Hans. Her point of view, Hans, is looking away from us. And at the picture of the children on her desk, he turns back and looks at her. He smiles.
Mrs. McLean, how nice to make your acquaintance.
He raises his weapon, but he only shoots it into the ceiling, making everyone jump.
On your feet, everyone! Upstairs now! You'll lock them up there and come right down.
Uli nods, and he and Eddie herd everyone towards the stairs. Hans moves forward, grabs Holly himself. Interior, the machine floor. McLean and Carl move toward each other, each sizing the other up, each looking over the terrain. We can't hear you.
Better this way, isn't it? I mean, any dude can just can shoot a gun.
This time, Carl doesn't take the bait. Then when he does charge, it's unexpected. The two men fight brutally, Carl bringing up years of martial training to this moment, McLean bringing nothing but the street, new angle.
You should have heard your brother scream when I broke his fucking neck.
Carl steps in quickly with a deadly move. McLean twists free, slams an elbow into Carl's kidney. Carl backs off, circles McLean with new respect. Interior, an FBI chopper in flight. Through a canopy, we see another flanking chopper. Johnson and Johnson are here. Helmets and mics on. Big Johnson checks aerial maps while Little Johnson checks ammo clips for his sniper scoped assault rifle.
Stay low. They're expecting transports, not gunships.
What do you figure on breakage?
I figure we'll take out all of the terrorists and lose 20% of the hostages. 25 tops.
I can live with those numbers.
Interior vault floor. Theo and Christoph load the bonds into the big cases which carried all their gear when they entered. As Hans and Eddie come in, they look curiously at Holly.
A little bonus for us. A policeman's wife might come in handy.
He picks up a CB and speaks into it.
McLean, I have some news for you, McLean.
Interior, the machine floor. Tilt up from the CB radio Carl smashed. Carl and McLean are in the background, almost toe-to-toe, all their tricks played out, going at it with animal instinct. Interior, the vault room.
McLean? Carl?
Nothing. He looks at Theo.
Hurry.
Exterior, the roof. Uli herds the hostages up onto the roof, pushing the last few out. Long shots. FBI choppers down the Avenue of the Stars. They float toward us, hugging the streets, their prop wash shaking the trees. Powell and Robinson, following them with their eyes, for once sharing the same opinion. Hostages on the roof. They see their very own Christmas decorations, the friendly copter lights, and begin to smile and cheer. Uli smiles to himself, moves toward the door, vault room. Theo closes the lid of a Bond stuffed case, carries it out of the room. Holly's eyes follow his exit while the others continue.
After all your posturing, all your speeches, you're nothing but a common thief.
I'm an exceptional thief, Mrs. McLean. And now that I'm moving up to kidnapping, you should be more polite.
He slaps her. Interior, machine floor. Carl drives McLean back with a sweeping head kick. Another one. McLean is staggering. He gets in one hard punch, and then Carl charges at him. McLean falls backwards, drives his legs upwards, propelling Carl into the air, low angle. Carl goes into a loop of chain hanging over a turbine, becomes entangled. McLean jumps to his feet, yanks the other end of the chain. Carl is jerked upwards by the neck. He twitches like a captured fish, starts to turn blue. McLean twists the chain end around a pipe as Carl stills. McLean snatches up a Beretta from the floor, runs out, chopper in the air. We can see the tailing chopper through the open port of this one. Big Johnson leans over, slaps the shoulder of his pilot.
Just like Saigon, eh, Wally?
My kind of town. Exterior of the roof. The door rattles. His back to the camera. Uli goes to the door, opens it, and 2 bullets come out his back, smoking Beretta in hand. McLean vaults over the body before it has even stopped twitching. As the hostages squeal and scream, McLean snatches up Uli's machine gun, runs out onto the roof. He charges through the crowd, spots Ginny near the edge of the roof. She meets him halfway.
Where's Holly?
They took her after they saw the kids on television.
What? God.
He looks off to the choppers. Closer yet, he turns, shouts.
Listen to me, all of you. Get down to the lower floors. You're all in danger.
What are you, crazy? We're being rescued! These helicopters!
There won't be shit of these helicopters to land on because the whole top of the building is wired to explode. Now get below.
But we're safe up here.
Safe my ass. There ain't a helipad. It's a launching pad.
And he fires over their heads. They scream, head for the door as he hoped. He fires again, raking a line across the roof. They're really hauling butt.
Get below now.
Interior wing chopper, mid-air. A young FBI agent is here with a rifle and a partner.
Flight leader, this is Wing. I think they're on to us. One of the terrorists is firing on the hostages.
Interior, the other chopper. Little Johnson, Heather.
I have lost my place. Roger, Wing, we copy. Swing around. Give me a clear shot.
The pilot nods. Interior vault room.
Schnell, der Zeit ist curse.
Something catches his eye. He turns, looks at it. View through the window, his point of view. Through the glass here, he can catch a glimpse of the hostages coming back into the room. Exterior, the roof. McLean herds the last of the hostages inside. Starts for the door himself. When with a roar and a chatter of the rotors, the lead chopper zooms overhead. McLean throws himself down on the ground, looks up as the chopper banks in a tight turn, and then from the open side, gunfire erupts. Shocked, McLean dives out of the way of the bullets that stitch across the door. Hostages on the lower floor descending, screaming and howling as the chopper sweeps past the window on a loop back toward the roof. Interior in the chopper. Both Johnsons fire away.
Bank, and we'll nail him.
Interior, the vault room. Hans whirls towards Christoph.
Blow the roof now.
But Carl and Uli are up there.
Camera adjusts to show the remote detonator on the table. Hans goes to it. Exterior, the roof. McLean dives away, but from another burst.
You assholes, I'm on your side.
They come in from another pass. Desperate, he looks around, sees a fire hose, makes up his mind. With the chopper looming up behind him, he slings Uli's weapon, runs to the fire hose, unreels 3 yards, loops it around his back and under his legs. He looks over the edge, hesitates.
Fuck this.
Bullets hit all around him. He jumps into the vault room. Hans extends the antenna, hits the button, long shot, the roof. The helipad explodes. A fireball rolls into the sky. The hostages lose their footing on the floor. Dust and debris fall down, but they're okay. Johnson and Johnson's chopper strain to avoid the rising fireball. Can't. It's caught in the explosion. It tips over. A rotor hits the roof. It crashes, explodes, tumbles down the side of the building. McLean, dangling against the side of the building, he ducks and winces as flaming debris soars past him. Exterior the roof, hose wheel device. Flame roars towards it, engulfs it. It jerks on its foundation, pivots 180 degrees, and several bolts slips. McLean drops several more feet. He swallows, then kicks against the side of the building, his bloody feet leaving smears. The shatterproof glass doesn't budge. Wincing as more flaming debris sizzles by, McLean levels a machine gun, kicks off from the building, swings back 10 feet, reaches the zenith of his arc, fires the gun, and sails back in. Interior inside the building, McLean smashes through the shattered glass, sails inside, rolls onto the floor, plowing through the furniture and decor. Finally, he stops, catches his breath with a relief, rises to one knee. Exterior up on the roof. The fire hose mounting is blasting off the roof, sails past the camera. Exterior outside the building. The hose mechanism tumbles downward. Interior inside. McLean is yanked off his feet, dragged toward the window. Exterior, the hose wheel outside. It slides down the side of the building. The hose plays out on the edge of the windowsill, dragging McLean towards his death. McLean claws at the floor, no help. Inches from the shattered window, he braces his legs against the sill, groans as he fights the weight of the hose and the reel. One foot slips. Only his already wounded foot keeps him indoors. He scrambles to untie his improvised rappelling rig, gets free just before the hose nozzle crashes out and into the great beyond. Winded, strength ebbing, he staggers to his feet just in time for the roof to recoil from another staggering explosion. The hostages, they scream, they cry out. Interior the vault room. As Holly covers her head from falling plaster, the men work like automatons, piling up the bonds. McLean recovers from another aftershock, runs up the steps, is momentarily amazed to hear a ding from the elevator. He looks at the shaft, where suddenly the wall explodes outward, and an entire elevator crashes through the wall, swinging on its cable like a demolition ball on a crane. Back to the scene. McLean runs up the steps as brickwork flies past his head like shrapnel. The elevator reaches the apex of its swing, drops down in an arcing turn, wide shot. The elevator crashes into the stairs. The section McLean is on snaps loose. At the last minute, McLean leaps towards the vault floor balcony and catches it as stairs and elevator crumble behind and beneath him. With his last effort, he hauls himself onto the balcony and moves off. Exterior building. The police are scrambling for cover. Powell and Robinson are open-mouthed. Interior basement. Argyle is huddled down on the floor of the back seat. The stuffed animal held over his head as much for company as protection. As the building ceases to rock, Argyle sneaks a peek out from under the fur and sees his point of view, Theo. At a delivery truck, he steps into the white paramedic's jumpsuit and zips it up. He hops into the cab and pulls the truck away from the loading dock. McLean on the vault floor. He creeps forward, looks carefully into his point of view vault room. They're getting ready to leave with the bearer bonds. Suddenly, the camera focus changes to Holly. Back to scene. McLean's face shows his anguish. He checks the weapon he took from Uli. 1 bullet. He checks his Beretta. 1 bullet. He thinks, desperate, decides. He takes a bullet from the rifle clip, adds it to the Beretta clip. He slams the pistol clip back. Really worried. Mind racing, he looks all around the room. His eyes fall on a tape dispenser. He thinks again, steps towards it. Interior basement. Theo has pulled 2 ramps out from the truck and slips into the back. A car engine fires up inside the delivery truck. Argyle, realization dawning. He vaults into the front seat. Interior the garage. A paramedic van shoots out of the back of the Pacific Courier delivery truck. Flooring the limo, Argyle crashes into the van, which careens into the wall. Closer. Theo staggers out, in time for Argyle to deck him with 1 punch. Argyle.
Where's the camera when you need them?
The vault room.
Let's move.
The last of the money is piled on. Hans hangs onto Holly while Eddie pushes the mail carts of money bags. Christoph goes to the door and to scope their escape. Suddenly he is cold-cocked by a rifle butt. Wider. McLean steps into the view of the doorway, backlit by sparks still tumbling down from the roof above. He holds a machine gun ready.
Hans?
Hans turns, not that surprised. Grinning, he yanks Holly into view. No words need to be said. Holly.
John!
Holly, we have to stop meeting like this. So, that's it, huh? A fucking robbery? So why'd you nuke the whole building, Hans?
When you steal $600, you can disappear. But when you steal 600 million, they will find you. Unless you play dead. Which happens to be your next role. Drop your gun, please.
McLean hesitates. Hans pushes the gun against Holly again, really hurting her. Eddie quickly raises his weapon.
9. Thy sind ist mine. This time, John Wayne does not walk off into the sunset with Grace Kelly.
That was Gary Cooper, shithead.
No more jokes. Drop it or she gets it between the eyes.
Well, Hans, now you're the cowboy.
Yippee-ki-yay. motherfucker. Now you are fucked.
He aims.
Holly, now.
Instantly, Holly sidesteps, jabs her elbow into Hans' face. McLean over shoulder shot. At the same moment Holly moves, McLean grabs his Beretta from its hiding place, taped to the back of his neck, shoots. Hans high in the chest. The bullet passes right through Hans, and the window behind him splatters with blood and shatters. Even while this is happening, McLean spins Eddie through McLean's widespread legs. Eddie takes a gunshot, drops just like on Gunsmoke, back to scene. Hans drops his weapon, staggers, looks down at his own blood in shock.
You're right about us Americans. We are cowboys.
Vault room wider. Incredibly, Hans still stands, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He reels, falls against the windowsill, starts to topple, and then he grits his teeth, and from some inward place finds his last reserve of strength, and he grabs Holly's wrists. And she is yanked off her feet. Back to scene. Hans goes out the window, pulling Holly in with him. McLean leaps forward, catches her inside arm near the elbow at the last minute. Exterior building, long shot. The roof still in flames. McLean hangs halfway out of the window, jagged glass raking his face, straining to hold on to Holly as Hans drags her out. McLean braces himself against the window frame, straining to pull Holly closer. With a moan, she catches the windowsill with her inside hand. McLean stretches with his other hand, begins to inch toward Holly's wristband. Hans' hand widen. A death grip on the watch band. We widen, see that blood-flecked teeth gritting. He is straining with his other hand to bring up the gun he's still holding. McLean, Holly screams alertly. Hans locks eyes with McLean one last time, start to pull the trigger. As very close, McLean releases the latch on the watch band. The overtaxed metal snaps, links flying. Wider. Hans' face registers his horror as he and most of the watch suddenly drop. We listen to his scream all the way down, finally hear him hit. McLean pulls Holly back into the room and holds her.
It's okay, Heather Lee Cameron. It's okay.
He looks down at Hans' body, then back at the scrap of wristband he's still holding.
You got a warranty on this?
She laughs through her tears and holds on to him. Exterior building, dawn. Smoke drifts up from what has suddenly become the top floor. Thornburg's remote truck careens into the parking lot. Closer. A crowd watches as the front doors of the building open. We see McLean, who holds up Holly, and in turn is supported by SWAT men. As reporters start shouting questions, McLean breaks free of his entourage and, holding Holly, pushes into the crowd.
Al. Hey, Al, are you here?
The crowd eddies and surges. Suddenly Powell is there, and McLean knows it's him. They stare at each other, 10 feet apart, and then they're grinning, extending their hands. But somehow, a shake isn't enough. They embrace each other like men who've lived through combat together, which, in fact, is true.
Al, man. You were my rock in there, man. I couldn't have made it there without you.
Bull crap.
I'm serious, man. Hey, this is my wife, Holly Gennaro.
Holly McLean.
Hearing this, McLean grins, pulling her close.
A pleasure to meet. A pleasure. I guess John doesn't need me to give you that message anymore.
Message?
McLean begins to make silent, ixnay gestures to Powell's direction.
You know about him being such a jerk and how he's really sorry. I'm sure he'll fill you in.
Just then, Robinson barges forward.
I want you for the brief, McLean. You've got some things to answer for. Alice's murder, property damage, interfering with police business.
A scream causes McLean to turn. His point of view. There in the doorway is Carl, clothing and body scorched, easily as crusted in blood and dirt as McLean. He holds his machine gun. As the crowd panics trying to escape, Carl locks eyes with McLean and levels his gun. McLean throws Holly to the ground and grabs a drumstick. The dumbstruck Robinson's sidearm. But he doesn't get off a shot. A lone gunshot stops Carl, knocking him back through the doorway. McLean looks back to see Powell still sighting down the barrel of his .38. His hand is rock steady. He sees McLean's look. Powell.
Oh, you were right. You couldn't have made it without me.
They smile. Suddenly, McLean and Holly squint as lights pan on them. Thornburg pushes his way forward. Mike extends like a weapon.
Mr. McLean, Miss McLean, any comment on your incredible ordeal? What are your feelings now that it's all over?
Without a beat, Holly punches him in the chops. He falls, dropping the mic with an electronic squeal. McLean looks at his wife, amazed. Behind them, Thornburg sits on the ground, nursing his lip. Turns to his cameraman.
Did you get that?
McLean and Holly continue on, turn towards Argyle's limo. It's a little smashed up, but it's still running. Argyle is standing beside the open door. McLean and Holly get in, and Argyle closes the door.
If this is their idea of Christmas, I gotta be there for New Year's.
Camera adjusts to show the rear window where McLean and Holly are kissing. As they drive off, we fade out. The end.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
All right. That was awesome.
That was good.
Yeah. Good job, everyone.
Yeah.
All your multiple roles.
I know, the 6 crew cast.
Mm-hmm. That was fun. All right, we're going to talk about how much you guys liked that and the different things that you liked, if there was anything that you didn't, and anything we can learn from it or others can learn from it in a moment after we go around and let everyone say what they're up to and that long-awaited news about Heather Lee Cameron's film, if she can say it. But first, we're going to save that, like, build the tension. First, we got Angelina Peterson that's reading all the action descriptions along with some additional roles and stuff.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I need water. That was fun. That was good. So I talk about myself. Okay.
Yes.
I have a really awesome company that is just starting, and it needs to be more out there than it is. And it's making custom documentary films for families, for people, and it gives them.
Yeah, imagine all those people in Nakatomi Plaza, the building.
Plaza, yeah.
I say Plaza, but I didn't see that anywhere in what we're reading and all this other stuff. But I always heard that before. And if they were like they didn't make it, if we didn't have this amazing John McClane to go there and save everybody, they'd all be gone, and their family would be like, I wish I could talk to them again. I wish I could hear from them again. I wish I could hear their voice, their stories, all the questions I never got to ask them, all the things they never got to tell me. And that's what Angelina helps with to stop that from happening. Well, her company, and your company's name?
Your Adored Life, and it's on Facebook and I don't know, other places that I can't remember.
Instagram?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry I interrupted, but is there more you would like to say?
That was really nice. Thank you.
All right. And next we have Clint Monroe.
Hey, everybody. Coming to you live. I was John McClane and Ellis, 2 interesting characters, a stand-up guy and a super sleazeball. So, yeah, that was interesting. My name is Clint Monroe. You can find me at Gems of Zen Productions on Instagram, and then just Clint Monroe on Facebook. Yeah, a lot of things are going on. I just constantly find new things to do to develop myself and keep moving forward. So the next newest big thing that I'm trying to promote is a film collective based in San Diego. I put together an international group of writers so we can have scripts being churned out, and the basic process of this is that everybody's getting together and we're all learning film, whichever role you choose, and everybody's teaching everybody and everybody's learning together. So when the writers work, they'll have not only writers feedback, but then they'll get practical post and pre-production notes as well on, does this work? Does this not work? Right. So that everybody's constantly learning. Same thing when the actors show up, they'll be not only reading the characters, but we have a director who will be working with them when they're not actually on camera. So they're growing as well. And then, like as far as crew's concerned, we're going to see what works. We're going to see how to shoot different scenes and just grow from there. So that's kind of my baby right now. It's the DIY film school. Anyways, that's what's going on with me. And I did also want to say, since we do have a huge list of cast from Canada. So in preparing for this role, obviously I have a white shirt, but I don't have that much blood. So I thought the biggest thing that I could do is go out, and this is something you guys don't have up in Canada, but the biggest thing I could do is go out and get myself a huge sunburn. So that's why I'm all super red. Just kidding. You guys have sun up there right now.
And they get reflection from the snow and everything.
Yeah, definitely.
So you said you have what's it called? International writers. Is the whole thing international, or is it mostly local to a certain area?
So the production part of it is going to have to be local. It's just kind of one of the things that we're doing, unless we can go with like.
And that local area is, in case anybody's watching us there.
San Diego, and we're going to try to branch up into LA as soon as we get this thing kind of dialed in. But yeah, writing and editing is something that we can have outsourced to anywhere, and I just look forward to teaching people, man.
And maybe even editing or stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, that's me. I want to learn all this stuff, and my background. I mean, I spent 2 years in China teaching, and not only teaching, but it was how do I teach 40 children without being able to speak Chinese, without them being able to speak any English, and how can I work around communicating and trying to teach these kids without really any communication whatsoever. And so that definitely taught me a lot about how to bring people up and get them information and get them learning and get them active and engaged. So I'm going to take that superpower that I developed, and I'm going to turn that back into the film world because it's something I'm passionate about.
And if people love your idea and they want to be a part of it, where can they contact you for that?
The easiest way would be to find me on Clint Monroe on Facebook. You'll see it's a picture of my dog on a surfboard. I'm still trying to teach him how to surf. It's not going the best, but like I said, I'm a teacher, so I'm going to get him on a surfboard, dude, whether he knows it or not. He's right here by my side. But yes, Clint Monroe, find me there, send me an email. If not, Gems of Zen Productions, gems like GEMS, just like jewels, Gems of Zen as in meditation, Gems of Zen Production. Find me on Instagram there. Shoot me a message and I'll get you guys plugged in.
Cool. And as they say in film, never work with kids or animals. And he's worked with both, trying to teach both. So that shows you what he's willing to do.
Kids are wonderful to work with in film.
Oh, they're amazing, wonderful. They say for like other production reasons and stuff. And so,
because of the number of hours. Oh gosh, you have to
stuff
work,
like that.
They can only be on hours like 10 hours a day, and so
and they got to take certain breaks, and they got to have a tutor there and additional things.
Yeah.
And I switched the thing, but we'll go with John McClane's counterpart, Hans. That's you, Vicky.
I forgot I was Hans. I had so much fun playing Hans tonight. I'm an actress, and I'm in Central Alberta, and you can find me on Instagram. I'm YogaGramma7, and I'm also on Facebook, Vicky Dykes, and you can email me, vdykes@shaw.ca. I've got decades of experience on stage, but I'm breaking into film, and I'd love to do some voiceover. And this is my heart, and I love performing. So yeah, look for me if you want me, and I will answer.
And that love for performing definitely comes across. So thank you for always being here. Like everyone, like all the core group that we have that comes so often, we appreciate all your guys' love and passion for what you do in
And
this.
we miss you guys when you're not here.
Yes.
We're missing quite a few today.
Mhm.
Now, Erin, am I
I'm
dedicated enough to dye his hair?
Hi, I'm Erin Williamson. And I'm an aspiring voice actor. I really love doing voices, especially when my stutter doesn't want to get in the way. Anyway, I'm also an aspiring movie editor. You can find me on YouTube as Pyraga Flair. I do Let's Plays on the side, just a little hobby. Yeah, if you ever need me for voices, please don't hesitate to look me up.
All right, they'll do that. And now we've kept everybody waiting long enough. The unforgettable Heather Lee Cameron.
Hello, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm an actor, I'm a writer, and I'm a creator. Recently, I had a piece come out like 2 days ago, like a new piece, a previously published piece that was remastered and published on another website. I will post the link on the YouTube, and I'm actively looking for work in representation in voice or virtual theater or film. I've been entertaining since I was a teenager, and it's just been great. And yes, my announcements, I didn't forget about my announcement. Yes, I'm allowed to share. Just calm yourself. Anyway.
I was going to interrupt because you're talking about all these other things, but you weren't highlighting your writing. And I'll just, sorry, Angelina, but I'm going to mention.
I did submit things. I did submit a novel manuscript to a couple of publishers for consideration.
Also, she direct messaged me and she said, Heather's writing is really good. So.
Oh, yes, I did share some fan fiction with Angelina.
Sweet.
All right, so please continue.
I'm happy to share the fan fiction. Just DM me if you want to read.
Me.
DM me, please. I'll forget otherwise. Anyway.
Especially
what?
I wanted to say, especially if you're a fan of
Star
Trek, Harry Potter, CSI. What's the others?
Third Watch.
Yep.
Yeah. I've written many. Anyway, last year I was in background actor, I guess the word is, in a film created by Great Canadian Films. It's called The Hadley Projects. And now it's going to be shown next month at a film festival called Oakville Festival. And I'm going to read the announcement straight from the horse's mouth so I don't get it wrong. It was selected for showing in Oakville festivals in Ontario, screening Sunday, June 26th. It's the first screening and selection. And I was a background actor. And I hope the scenes that I was in will be shown. And I'm very happy about that.
Sweet.
Because I have been entertaining for many years, but I've only broken into film just before pandemic. So I'm very proud of that. So
congratulations. That's awesome.
I don't know, maybe I'll sneak over there and view it for myself. I don't know.
Yeah, you should. From everything you just said. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, anyway,
see it on the big screen.
Thank you. I'm actively looking for work, and I'm very prepared to work. And hopefully, if you have a space for me in your production, whether it be virtual or voice, still no word on the Shakespeare play. Hopefully, it's coming. But yeah. If you want to look at my writing, by the way, go ahead. You can find me at my YouTube channel, The Storming Latter-day Saint, or my Facebook page, Heather Lee Freelancer. You can also find me on Instagram at Heather Lee Cameron, or the social media channels, the regular ones, and the links are on my YouTube page. Anyway, thank you.
Cool.
Just FYI, casting directors, if you pick Heather, she is fearless and raw. So if you guys want that, definitely reach out.
Thank you. I try to be fearless. Some days I have no choice, but thank you very much for your endorsement. And if you want villains, we got a couple of really fierce ones, namely Vicky and Clint.
Yeah, everyone is great.
Yes, hire everyone, please. They all need money. They all need
film.
Please hire everyone.
All the Table Read Tuesday class. Yeah.
We will literally come to you as a group, hire all of us, and we will make you the best freaking movie you have ever seen. Emmy award winning.
Oh.
And you'll take the compliments because I said you will. So just
Take
anyway.
'em. All right. Well, that's everybody that we have here. So this will wrap up the table read portion of Table Read Tuesdays. So if anybody's getting tired, it's getting late, you're busy, all this other stuff, and you have to go, thank you for being here. But the rest of us will now talk about the movie or the screenplay or
Yeah.
comparing the two of them. All right. Clint couldn't do it as much today, so I took some notes. But somebody else first.
How did
What
you
did-
find time? I don't get you people. How do you find time to do this?
Oh,
When you're doing
yeah,
amazing performances,
I
when
wrote so many
When
notes.
you guys are stealing the show.
when
When
Angelina,
Jacob is doing his one-man
created-
trio. That was
Oh,
amazing,
my
by the way,
God.
with the glasses.
there were points when Angelina was reading 2 pages of description, and that's where I caught up on some of my notes and stuff because I'm like, remember it, don't forget it, and it's like scribbles and stuff. But yeah,
What were those people
So hard to
in the
remember.
Fight Club that were created, that little army? What were they called? You've created that, Clint.
Yeah. What was it called? The Project Mayhem.
Yeah, you
dude.
created the Project Mayhem with
Yeah.
your note taking.
You are not delicate snowflowers, or whatever he says. Right? Oh,
Angelina's over there. I'm a delicate snowflower.
Yeah.
Oh, but on good fun, Clint. You've inspired people with your note taking. Be proud.
oh well, thank you. I try. You know.
All right, what was one of you guys' favorite thing about the script, about Die Hard?
I'll take this personally because I'm capable of being a damsel in distress, and I'm quite happy because that's, Holly is the part I actually auditioned for, and I'm so happy I got it because I was thinking, am I capable of being a damsel in distress?
Turns out, yep.
Ooh.
So
And
I
she's a tough damsel in distress.
I
you know
honestly,
what
I
mean?
think that's one of the reasons why this is such a great script, right? Is because she's not a classical damsel in distress. She's
She's
very clearly a woman in charge who's just put into a really bad
Yeah, like
circumstance.
overwhelming position for anybody, even a super strong muscle man. Like, yeah, hostages
Yeah.
with machine guns. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
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 Vicky,
Awesome.
Alan Rickman would be so proud of you.
Yeah. Serious, dude.
yeah,
That's a compliment.
Yeah, that is supposed to be a compliment. If you don't,
No, it's a big compliment. It's a high compliment. Yeah.
I
Anyone
always
else?
thought, I always thought I'd seen this movie. I was sure I had because it's Die Hard. I didn't think anyone had not, but I don't think I've ever seen it. After reading this, I'm like, what? Oh my gosh, this is awful. Like, it's really good and awful. It's funny. I didn't expect it to be funny. Is the movie funny?
What's the part you felt was funny?
A lot of the descriptions are funny.
Mm-hmm.
Just a lot of them are. It's just written in an entertaining way.
Mhm.
So I really like that. I don't think that my writing is like that when I'm because I'm still at that gotta follow the rules thing where if I put a little flair and I feel like, oh, maybe no, that's not the right thing to do.
Definitely put the flair in. Like, that's one of the parts of the notes I have on here about the writing certain things that can't be seen. And here's list. I have probably
Oh
at
yeah.
least 7 or 8 that I mentioned. And that's two things I think. I feel like I say this every single time about bringing that up, but this time it's a part about 2 things. One, it's kind of like what you're saying, Angelina, where it's the style of the writer. Now the style of the writer comes across and they add their little personal flares and make it enjoyable to read. And then the other part is for the actors. Like, there's certain things that you can't totally, like, if someone's like, you can't show that or see that, but then it gives the actor enough of a backstory to know how to play that or what to do with, when you can see stuff in their eyes behind the obvious, displays and stuff. So
Yeah, like when it was something about 10 years ago. It was about McLean and something that he
in the photos of his, not the different one.
maybe, yeah. And I thought there's no way for them to know that it was 10 years ago from them to show that. But he wrote it
You're
in
talking
there.
about that? Yeah, I have it written here too. The class where he took and he's remembering bandaging up his foot. Yeah, the audience can't know that, and anybody's going to tell us not to do that. But if he had that, then he could
sees it.
he could act like he remembers something because it's written in there. You know what I mean? And then you could
Yeah.
write that acts like he remember or suddenly remembers. But then you would still say you can't do that. But you can. That is something that you can act. They won't know exactly that it's from that course.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'll just read a few of that. Writing that can't be seen. Like he was formulating a plan. You can't see him formulating a plan. I mean, our eyes do dart certain ways and stuff, but she knows his capability and sense of humor. That's his wife when she saw the like guy with the hat on that comes out, so she knew he was there doing stuff in okay. Where again, you're not going to get across all of that, no matter how good of an actress she is. And then it's like, or maybe I would never say never. He knows what's happening. How much do they know? They is a thought, a course from 10 years ago. Yeah. So.
Yeah, or when he says hating themselves, right? When they hang up, like that one scene where he has to go and talk to the boss, right? And he's like, I gotta go. And then, he's like hating himself, right? It's one of those things where you can't really show that, except it's very geared towards the actor's backstory and his how he emotes on camera.
Yeah. But I guess it gives everybody too a blueprint, the actor, the director, and I guess the editor to like make sure, like, did we capture that emotion and performance? Yes, Heather.
I do have a question, and I'm sure the note takers will be able to answer this. And this, I don't know. So were there any scenes in the movie that weren't in the script, and were there any scenes in the script that weren't included in the movie? I haven't seen the movie. I watched a clip and I pretty much mimicked it to the best of my ability for the audition, so I really don't know.
I'm guessing there was one that I remember us reading and I was unsure about if that was in there, if I remember, but it's been too long since I saw it. I went to watch it again right before we did this and I couldn't find a free version somewhere. And I don't think I have my copy of it here. So, because a thing I put even in the chat, I'm like, he should have shot toward the car. Like, I'm getting into this as we read it. I'm like, why did he do that to get their attention? And Clint's like, don't worry, he'll throw the body at the car down there. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm like, oh, I forget about that part. But that is one thing, even with my notes, that I loved about this movie is they set up things and they have some actual logic. It's like, again, showing that he's smart. Like other movies, they would leave that as a whole. Like, oh, they could have just done this, but they didn't. But they have them actually try to do things like, they set up like trying to get the attention and the coin, dropping it down the thing to show how big it is. The plan that the bad guys plan to search the helipad, but they set up like that. The guy on the thing says like, "Oh yeah, you got to go and put your feet on the carpet," and because of that sets him up to now have bare feet. He step in the glass like on Clint's screen.
And not only the glass, but it kept him quiet. Not like you could hear the shoes. It was just bare feet, so it was quiet.
Yeah, speaking of setting up, getting in character for the whole scene and about stepping on glass. So here's what I did to my feet, guys. I'm just kidding.
No.
I didn't step in glass for this role. That's crazy.
And did anyone...
You're not a method actor.
Did anyone
class while doing a table read? What?
Yeah.
Did anyone notice, or was it just me, that the cop was the same man who played Carl Winslow in Family Matters?
I was telling that to Angelina.
Yeah.
He's turning my car into Swiss cheese.
Did I do that?
Yeah.
Oh, but I wanted to say when he dropped the coin, that was a nice, like the coin drop. And then when the guy fell down the elevator shaft, it was like good. That was a nice.
Yeah.
How long it is, it will kill someone.
Yeah.
But and when he has no shoes on, it's like, why don't you just steal them from one of the people you kill? And so he tried that and it was too small. You know what I mean? So it shows it's answering people's questions that they might ask.
Yeah.
I think the person I hated the most in it was the stupid, the guy who went to the kids.
He's pretty hateable, man.
Oh, that's what I hate about those are the type of journalists I hate, like the paparazzi, the stalkerazzi.
It's all good though, because I don't know if you were paying attention during the script or not, but Heather punched him in the head.
Yeah, honestly,
so he got his just desserts.
She's no damsel in distress.
Yeah, dude.
But as someone who spent time in reporting since the age of 17. Those are the type of paparazzi I hate. And I've actually got, when I used to do a lot of reporting, those are the, like, I was very different about my job. I just didn't stick tape recorders or whatever in people's faces. I would ask permission. Can I talk to you? I treated them like human beings, and people were like, oh, you're not a typical reporter. And people were really pleased with the way I would do my job. And they would talk to me. They would tell me things that probably they wouldn't tell a typical reporter. And
a little shout out. I read one of your articles, really good. So
oh, which one? I've written.
I don't remember. It was about musicians.
Oh,
it was
yes.
only one, but yeah, it was really enjoyable.
But I don't believe
You know what you're doing.
Yeah, I've got education in that. I went to college for communication arts, and right after high school, like really right after high school, like 2 days before the start of term, I literally applied and got in because my mother said, you literally need to go do this because you like to write.
And you do. Yeah.
I do. And it's just, the creative arts is just a beautiful thing for me, and the acting and everything. And it just brings me such joy to entertain people however I can. And it's always been that way. And anyway.
Yeah. And it's so special for someone to be able to find what brings them joy. A lot of people don't. So
I do
And
agree.
it just made me sad to see the paparazzi pretty much endangering a family. And that's one of the things, like in hostage situations, the media really endangers people by putting them on TV or putting families on TV. And they just create a lot more problems for hostages when they put families on TV, because especially when people don't want themselves to be identified.
And another good thing about the script, it brought out that emotion in you guys. And it's kind of like you're saying, Heather, a real thing. And it brings out emotion. So good job, script.
Yeah.
I'm
Something that I thought was
passionate about
super
it.
interesting, it wasn't in the script as we were talking about those scenes. When we see the scene, it does so good, and I'm just wondering if the genius that was Alan Rickman just improv this, or if they wrote this in later. But it's when they go to find Takahashi. Remember in the movie, if anybody who's out there watches the movie, right, in the script, what happens is they're like, where's this Takahashi guy? And he shows up. But in the movie, there's a longer scene where he pretty much goes through and explains all of the knowledge that he has on Takahashi, like when he went to college, where he lived, where his when his parents immigrated to, what is it, it's like San Pedro, California. That's such a good scene that wasn't in the script, but it shows so much backstory into like how prepared this master villain is. Like, he's not some dude who's just trying to get some money. He is a very, very well thought out and trained individual. So that was something that wasn't in the script that ended up in the movie. I'm just curious as to how that happened.
That is cool.
So brutal. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I'm just going to say, Vicky and Erin, we haven't heard much from you, so I want to make sure.
Yes, how did you like playing the forces of evil?
I did want to say, as far as the actors go, Alan Rickman is one of my favorite actors. I'm so happy to have played a character he played. And Bruce Willis. I really like him. Goes way back to Moonlighting, which was really his debut into the world of acting. And I want to point out that he had hair in this movie, which, he lost that over time. And you can see him losing it through the movies he did. And another thing that I want to mention is that he can no longer perform. That he has, is it aphasia?
Aphasia, yes.
Yeah, which, that you lose your cognitive skills. And I want to point out that actors need cognitive skills. Sometimes it looks like, hey, we're just having fun, and what do we know? We know a lot. And you have to, like with improv, you have to have instincts. You have to be able to think on your feet. And yeah, this movie just gives all of us a lot of opportunity to think on our feet. And
even if your feet are filled with glass shards.
Even if, yeah.
Well, even like, this being a theater actor, right? Like theater, you have to memorize so many lines and choreography and stage movement. Oh God, it's a lot of work. Even, even if you're doing virtual theater and you get the script on a screen, you still have to memorize the tone, the character. You have to learn about the character. You have to know when to come in, the cues. It's a lot of work. So you do need your faculties.
It's funny how different it is, like theater to film, so different. But I mean, there's similarities as well, but each of them have their.
I have never done theater, so for you that have done theater and film, can you point out for some of the other viewers that haven't done both? Maybe they've just done theater, maybe they've just done film.
Well, for me, film feels more real is one, but theater it's a lot of fun. You get instant reaction from the audience. You get to see them enjoy things. You get to see them get angry or fearful or sad or joyful. You can see it, but you have to ignore it. But you can play off of it. And so you get to, sometimes your performance can be elevated so much because of the audience, the energy that you get from them and everything. And so it feels like there's that willing I don't know if this is the correct term to use this way, but the willing suspension of disbelief. You have to just be like, okay, this is actually a real situation, but that's in film as well.
Yeah.
Well, if you're doing like a specific character and a specific like Fiddler on the Roof Jr. or whatever, you have to focus on the character you're in. You can't feed off of the audience because a specific character has specific lines and you really can't deviate or else you're going to make.
Oh, no, I don't mean you deviate from it. You continue with the character, with the lines. You can't improv. Well, some people do. You have to keep that's another thing. When you're on stage, if somebody screws up, you have to continue going.
Yeah,
if you miss 3 pages of dialogue and it's important dialogue, you have to find a way to organically bring it back in and keep it there. So, which is, it's quite a challenge sometimes.
Like when you're like in a glee club or show choir, there's a little room for like, if you forget a line, you can just kind of, people forgive you a little more, but you can't, like, some people will sometimes prank and pull pranks and they will absolutely get in the deepest crap you will ever be on. Yes.
Yeah, and like you're saying,
in my glee crew did try and pull pranks during show and it was serious enough they almost got kicked out.
Yeah, that's not really fair to the audience, I don't think. Like they pay for
No, they do pay for it. And we were good enough that we took yearly tours and I took 3 tours and we were good enough that we actually performed in Disneyland in 2004.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Did you see it, Jacob?
No, I did not. Unfortunately.
I was in Prisoner of Second Avenue, and for the final performance, they thought it would be funny to dump the water on me out on the balcony, but it wasn't funny. I did carry on, and it was near the end of the play. But what it did for me was, I'm soaking wet. I live out of town. My underwear is now wet. I have nothing to change into, and there's a closing party to go to.
Oh.
It really did ruin the night for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bummer.
But, there was something I was going to say related to what Angel said.
Paying off the audio. Go ahead.
When it was Heather. When I'm in a stage production, I memorize everyone's lines. So if you miss your line, I will feed it to you. And there was a gentleman, the second last stage, no, I guess it was the fourth last play I was in. He actually skipped about 6 pages. Wow. He started to say something, and I interrupted him and said, "Ambassador, I'm sure you meant to say you wanted to discuss this first when we went over our notes." And he said, "That's right. Thank you so much." And it put him right back on track because I fed the lines to him. And afterwards, he said, "Thank you so much." And that was the last stage production he did because he realized, I can't remember the lines anymore. It's too much.
That's got to be hard.
I wish that I could be in a stage production with you because you'd just be like a real gem to work with. You would be a real gem to work with.
How far apart are you guys?
I have no
We'll talk about that later. How far apart you guys are? Like, make it happen. You can make that happen if you want to make that happen.
I mean, stage productions are difficult with COVID, but maybe we should do some virtual work together.
I think they're coming back.
I
There's
heard Table Read
many
Tuesdays is going to
stories that
Broadway,
are-
actually.
Yeah. There's so many stories when you're in state in theater that are just.
I would be very happy to do work
talk.
with any of you, like in person.
Definitely. Another question for the film theater thing. The script, the screenplay. Do they look similar or how different are they?
Different, very different. It's mostly dialogue when it's for theater. It's been a long time for me. I haven't been on stage for years now.
Virtual is a little different because, we literally get it on a screen, and the last one I was in, the director tried to mail it to me, and then I just found it confusing to constantly look here when the camera's up here. So I'm like, I'm not using this. I'm going to use this thing on the screen so I can focus more on the character, and he understood.
Okay, so but there's one in person on stage, so the script is mostly dialogue, and I guess that's because the sets don't change as much, or the sets will already be there, and they'll give you the director will give you all the direction and the blocking.
They usually have in the very first pages a description of the stage and how they want it, but the director can decide that's not what they want, and they can change that. So it depends a lot on where you're going to be performing, because all the stages are going to be a little different. And their vision for it. So.
And that goes the same for directing on a page, as is one of my notes here. That they always, again, the starting rules, they tell screenwriters don't direct on the page. And some pros say, yes, you do. You do whatever you can to get the story across. It's not the movie yet. And like you just said, the directors can change that. They can change that vision. Like in this one, they did have stuff like where the one at the end, it had the thing with the water hose, like it says flies past camera. And it said Carl toward camera. It said this sequence takes maybe 60 seconds. And it said to the people hugging, it's like not the least bit corny. You know what I mean? Like some of the stuff, like they're directing. That is all directions. Again, it's part of their job to make their vision as they write it clear. And again, this came from a book, so maybe that was all clear in the book as well. I don't know.
I think it's also a good point that you bring that up, because they say, don't direct. But guess what, dude? This guy wrote a screenplay and then sold it and made an awesome movie. So you can do it.
I mean, I don't know the backstory. Maybe the studio got the rights and they hired someone to actually write it. I don't know exactly the order of events for this one. If someone in the comments knows, please write that down. And I'm curious again about what version of the script this is, because it almost seems like a shooting script when it has the scene numbers and it has low angle,
actions,
the different cuts, but also it has a lot of spelling errors in it. So I don't know if that was like, hey, last minute change it, and they just change it to accommodate the director and they put it back in. And also, like Clint brought out, it doesn't have a scene that's in the movie that does feel like it would have been written. So it's weird to have both those things where it feels like a shooting script and it also has so many errors in it. But I don't know the stories of it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I had a couple things on this screenplay as I usually do with the notes. I got 3 pages this time. So the Truman Show was about 8 pages. I still got 3 pages out of this. But yeah,
how big are these pages? Show us these pages. How big or small do you write?
Well, there you go. That's exactly what it looks like. Fair enough.
I knew you were making it up.
No, there was a time when you went to pick up your notes and it
Halfway
totally
through.
disappeared, and so it looked like you were holding up the blueprints of Nakatomi Plaza. Which is cool. There's some really good prose in there, like hating themselves as they wake up. There's the scene where he says shifts to a new kind of pain, and it's in that scene where he's pulling the glass out of his feet, and then that's when Powell tells him the story of how he shot the kid, right? And so it goes from, physical pain to sorrow. But just the way that they said that was awesome. One that like totally got me. The visual on this was amazing, where they hang Carl, right? When he hangs Carl, and it says he twitches like a captured fish. Like, I mean, if you've ever gone fishing before and you see a fish that's flying around, you know what I mean? So I thought that was a brutal visual. And then I think one thing that is probably my biggest pull away from this is it's something. This is a very detail oriented film, and there's a lot that's going on that's not spoken, and it's all visual. And they cut through a lot of different sequences of things happening that aren't dialogue, and that cut from time and place, and they add it. And so I think the thing that really makes this script powerful is if you're going to do that multiple times, which they do in these sequences, you can't just do the same thing. And so what I noticed is he uses, I believe the one I captured 3 different ways that he did it. So one of them is he says, series of actions. This takes place in 60 seconds. And then he says, shot A, shot B, shot C, shot D, boom, boom, boom. And this is what's going on. The second thing that he did is he uses, so he'll flash back, and he'll be like on Carl, on elevator, on McLean, on POV gun, right? And so he's going through that, and he's literally telling you what the shots are in this sequence of events. And then doing the same thing, just in a different scene. He uses, instead of on, he just goes to one words: elevator, the shaft, wide shot, vault balcony. And so it's, if you're going to do something right, it's the same thing with directions. If you're got a big scene, you can't have all the lead ups be exactly the same way. You've got to figure out multiple different ways to do it. And he definitely used various different tools in his toolbox to convey the same thing.
And that is, again, another good reason for people to read screenplays and see how the pros do it, because a lot of people ask that question in the different screenwriting groups, and those are called slug lines, and they just go boom, 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 and they just have the new location or the new thing, just one word, and then the description or the action, just boom, 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 because they want a lot of white space on the page. They want to keep it going, keep it flowing, easy to read, and not take you out of it. So,
Clint,
What's up, dude?
why haven't you made a film yet?
he just got into it. He's going to.
Yeah,
Because you're literally talking like you should make a freaking film. I mean, dude, you are a king. You should make a film. And I know you hate compliments, but you're going to take it and hold it close to your heart, okay?
Thank you.
He just started putting together huge production teams from all around the world. He's going to be making a lot coming up soon.
Yeah. No, it's actually that. Thank you for segueing into that, because that's something I did want to mention earlier in the show. But so I had been storyboarding with this guy. He had a script that was very promising. And so we started going into it, and it's something that he'd written 8 years ago. And I got the opportunity to be a script doctor for the first time, which is so cool. I had no idea, but yeah, being a script doctor is sweet, dude. I love that job. So basically we sat down with the script and we're like, okay, well, this works. And we kind of want to go in this direction. And it went from a comedy, like how he started writing it. It was very clear it was a comedy. And then it went super, super into drama. And it just didn't seem like it worked that well. So we kind of doctored it up and rewrote it. And we sat down for like 4 hours outside of a burrito joint, drinking horchata and Coca-Cola. And we just wrote out and storyboarded this whole thing. And it was so much fun. And then when I got home, took down the notes and everything and reworked the whole script, rewrote. I mean, we took the first scene and then pretty much everything after that we had to change. And when I was writing it, it was very clear how influential the Truman Show reading was when I was doing the script, because, without giving too much away, it's about these down and out lobsters who rob a bank, right? Super, super funny. But it's kind of one of those things where it's like super, super bizarre, right? Why are these grown men
Lobsters?
dressed up like lobsters, right? And so with world building, which the Truman Show, in my opinion, is the utmost masterpiece in building this world and the attention to detail. You know, it's like, okay, well, they go to this bank and then like some broke dude who's like some starfish like tries to pull out all of his money, and they give him like a couple sand dollars, and then they like take one back and break it in half because he doesn't have that much money, you know. Or like little tiny details, like why does this really exist like this? Are they fish? Is this a fish world? Is it not a fish world? Like, and then trying to splice all that into the script. And the Truman Show did such a great job that it was very, very influential. So that's going to be our short project. We just got to find, if anybody knows anybody who would let me, you know, rob their bank on camera, you know, please, by all means, send me a message. But yeah, we're trying to get
And that's
that
how
done.
you're funding it?
Huh?
Yeah. That's how you're funding it.
Yeah, no, I you know, it's and please, guys, I'm gonna write it too. They always say in our screenwriting group, don't tell people about it, write it. Well, I did write it, and I still want to see more of it. I hate bank robberies where the cops win. Like, I love when they get away and they're living large and having fun. There needs to be more stories like that.
Well, those who try to rob a bank usually end up at the Bates Motel and they die, and terrible things happen to them.
Honestly, when I was in Colorado, it was super, super funny. I won't name the city because I don't want to name police officers or do anything like that. But this guy was robbing banks back during the 2008 crisis. And he would walk in, and he was very famous for walking in and writing a note saying, like, I'm robbing your bank right now. And he robbed the bank, catty cornered to the police station and got away with it. It's like, whoa, dude.
That's bold.
Yeah, that's super bold, man. Cojones of steel, man. For
One
sure.
thing I want to point out that Clint said, which he doesn't expect me to point out, if you guys like cinnamon and you haven't had horchata, you should try it.
I can't eat
So
cinnamon,
good.
actually, sadly.
So
that is sad.
horchata is one of the greatest things on the planet.
Oh, it's so good. I don't think we can get it here. I've never seen it here.
It's
It's
super easy.
Mexico.
Cinnamon
It's
here.
Mexican.
We can get
You
cinnamon in
can make
Canada.
it. No, not
No,
cinnamon.
It's a drink. It's a cinnamon like milk drink. Horchata.
Yeah, it was funny. I was working at this bar one time out on the East Coast, and I'm from the West Coast. And so usually, you know, a lot of Hispanic people out here, they're just Mexican, right? Like, you know, that's their cultural heritage. But on the East Coast, it's a lot different, I've noticed. And there's a lot less Mexicans and a lot more from Central America and South America, right? And anyways, I was working at this restaurant, and we ran out of rum chata, which was an ingredient in our signature cocktail when we were going on right there. And so everybody's freaking out. What were we going to do? And I found the one guy that was in the back that was Mexican. And I was like, dude, let's make horchata. And he got the biggest smile on his face, like, hell yeah. So then all of a sudden we shut down the kitchen. All my buddies in the back are making horchata. And then we ended up getting it down and tweaking it to making sure it was right, and continued making the cocktails. But that was a lot of fun, man. Horchata. I live by it, right?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I
Erin.
feel like that should be like a writer's thing. Like, yeah, you guys having writer's block?
Well, as long as they still get out and get exercise, because too much of that, you know,
Yeah, for
you
sure.
need to get up from the chair and from writing.
Yeah.
Erin,
version.
had you seen Die Hard before?
I think I saw it once when I was really young, and then growing up, I think I just saw pieces here and there.
Mhm.
So I was completely aware of the bit when he jumps off the roof with the hose attached.
Yeah.
It's some things you guys may or may not know is when Alan Rickman was going to fall right there.
Yeah.
This is a pretty well-known one. But they said, okay, we're going to count to 3, and then on 3, we're going to let you go. And they counted to 2, and then dropped him so that he would really be scared when he fell.
Yeah.
Alan Rickman is such
Correct.
an interesting character for me, because when I grew up, I mean, I was what is it, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves,
Oh, I love it.
Okay, dude. Like
Yeah.
I was running around with the cape, shooting a bow and arrow. Like that was me, right? And
What
Alan
haven't you
Rickman
done,
was
honestly?
so good at the Sheriff of Nottingham. I hated that guy. It took me a long time to watch Die Hard because I hated Alan Rickman, you know. And then you see him as Snape, and you're like, dude, I just even more reason, man.
But he's such a
How can you
chameleon.
hate Snape? Snape is my favorite character in Harry Potter.
But he's such a chameleon. Like you see, like Snape, and you see Hans, and they feel like completely different characters and different people. At least to me. So
yeah.
Well, I could argue that for sure after you learn Snape's motives versus Hans, but if you don't know the motives of Snape, you could probably make an argument that they're fairly similar, both jerks.
Yeah, I mean, because in the first movies, you don't really see that
I'm not
much
gonna
of
hear
his
a bad word against Severus Snape. No.
If we're talking about
that's how they wrote his character for you to like him, hate him, don't know. Like
Yeah.
that's
He's my favorite
greatness about his
character, and
complexity.
that's how there is to it.
Here, let me
And-
ask you something, Heather.
I maybe need to plug my ears if there's spoilers because I still haven't watched them.
He's never watched Harry Potter in her life.
None of them? Or
No, I watched some, but every time I'd watch them with my kids, I was extremely tired, so I'd fall asleep. And then I think it became like a Pavlovian response. So every time it played, I'd be like,
You hear the Harry Potter music and you just
have
sleep at night.
a nice sleep.
Oh, I wish I had something like that in my life.
Another screenwriting tip type thing, like say somebody had this good of a script and they hadn't sold it yet, but they wrote it back whenever this was made, 1988 or something, and they still wanted to get it made. People recommend going and updating it for the current times, unless you want it to be a period piece, because like how like they don't have cell phones. What were some of the other things? There's a bunch of things that were dated to their time and
Yeah, I
stuff.
love that computer. I mean, back in the day, I'm sure when everybody watches in 88, they're like, oh my God, that building's so rich. They have this computer in there that has their directory. And when you see it now, it's this janky old computer. Super funny.
I don't remember
love
what it looks
technology.
like, but reading it, like that still felt modern to me. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, normal. You go in with an iPad, and here's just a guy who's not used.
Yeah,
Especially
Yeah.
when we talk about the
thinking how-
touchscreen.
it's like on an old Mac back in the day, you know, like the first Mac.
A quick question for you, Clint and Jacob. What kind of notes do you guys take when we're doing these things?
Well, the ones I'm taking are mainly for us to do a discussion of like things I feel like I could learn from, or other people can learn from, or that are complementing it or taking away from what you're normally told.
Okay.
I think another way that we could break these down, to do this, I think it would take up more time, at least for someone like me. Maybe someone else more skilled can do it on the fly as they read it. But you would say like, okay, when was the inciting incident? When was the midpoint reversal? When did these things happen? What is the character's arc? So like you could take those notes down and learn all that stuff too. And it's like, but yeah, I'm not being able to take those type of notes while we're doing this right now.
Okay.
So what was the inciting incident when he stepped inside the building?
When they shoot the guy, right? Remember when it's like
Oh,
the
yeah,
guy's
the very-
talking about
That
basketball and he
was
comes and
so
shoots him?
brutal. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God. Nobody answered though. Was it a funny show as well, or is it just
It's
funny?
I think it purposefully has some humor in it.
Okay.
it's got some humor. It's more like the
It's not a comedy.
It's not a comedy. It's definitely an action movie, but it's the one-liners, right? So it's more like cheeky, I guess I would say, than outright funny.
But and again, what's cool about for screenwriting and stuff too is like making the characters unique. The way he's like, try again, Hans. You know what I mean? We're playing Jeopardy. It's going to be double. Like that's obviously they're trying to put some humor in there, but they're also trying to say that fits his character, and they're keeping him true to that throughout. Like again, I'm saying,
Right, the Santa hat on the guy, like, oh, that's my husband.
Yeah.
I recognize.
And going back to your question, Erin. So I kind of take a mixture of a lot of things, right? So
don't forget that, Vicky.
if I see some pros in there that I really, really like, I'll jot that down. Like I said earlier, where he twitches like a captured fish. I mean, it's such a powerful visual. It's not like he's flailing about and oh my gosh, so many things are happening. It's terrible. And oh my gosh, he's trying to save his life, right? He's flailing like a dead fish, and it's like, okay, that's good. Different ways to explain it, like I said. And then, yeah, you kind of look for those inciting incidents, which in this one particular, I don't know if it's indicative of action movies, but the inciting scene, the end of scene 1 comes relatively quick, and the scene 3 comes very, very late, right? Which gives so much to scene 2, where everything is going down, which I think that's probably indicative of action movies because it is all action, right? But yeah, the inciting incident starts really, really quick. I can't remember which page, but I think it's in the first 20 pages. And then honestly, I mean, it's like 125 pages at like page 125 is when they finally kill Hans, which then gives a very, very tiny wrap up. But yeah, just notes on pros, notes on how they did something. Another one that's super big is character development. When does that happen? How have they inserted it? Or what's the dialogue really saying? Like what are these two people communicating, and how is this dialogue sequence building the story further? So that's usually what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Vicky, I know you had a thought.
Yeah, it was one of the differences between the script and the movie when Bruce delivered the body in the elevator on the chair. In the movie, he had the note written on his sweatshirt. Now I have a machine gun, and he had to fold the bottom of the sweatshirt down, and then he saw, oh, oh, oh.
Yeah.
So that was quite different, and I think it was actually a bigger statement having it on the sweatshirt, actually.
Yeah,
that's cool. And yeah, I wish I knew the story of like when that change was made. Like if someone said, "Oh, can we do it like this?" "Oh, we don't have room." "All right, let's do it like that." And it just like happened from forcing it to happen, or if the director came up with it before, or where. But yeah, that's cool.
I know that's the thing about film is it's so collaborative. Like it could have been over lunch one day or at the crafty table, and some gaffer was like, dude, that'd be so savage if they just ran it across the chest, and the director's like, huh? Okay, dude, that's in.
And Erin, I feel like some of analyzing screenplays similar to maybe like when someone rewrites their screenplay, like some of it you do in passes. You know what I mean? First, I'm going to make sure all of this is working, and then all of this, and then double check this thing, and then double check that thing, and then you go, all right, now I'll get in and tweak the dialogue after I've done all those other things. Like, so looking at the film, you could, I wouldn't be able to just take it all in and get it all. It'd be like, I have to focus to look at this one aspect of it, and then I'll watch it again and focus this other aspect. Or something.
If you guys can at all do this, it's what I do, and it really kind of removes a lot of the story from you. So you can focus more on the thing. So I'll watch the movie beforehand, so I kind of have an idea of where the story's going and what's going on. So it's not, because when you're reading it and it's been a while, you're uncovering the story. You don't know what's going on next. So you're very focused on that. And by watching the movie before, whether it's a day before, a week before, whatever, but kind of having it loosely in my mind, then I can sit back and be like, oh, I know how this next scene's going to happen. How are they setting it up? Oh my God, look at how they set up all these little things. That's awesome, right? And so it kind of removes the guesswork out of it. And you get to see the meat and potatoes of it.
So you know what that's making me think of?
Or the stuffed cabbage.
I have an idea. For what?
Yeah, that we need to call Clint when we haven't seen it to get the cast.
Oh my God, guys, that's so crazy.
We don't have time to watch it, Clint. Could you help us cast this?
Well, no,
thing?
what I wanted to do was us to have, well, I guess that won't help for the casting because it's too soon to it, but Monday night movies, where, again, if any of you know a way that we can play a movie and have a lot of people watch it at the same time. I know we can all try and hit play at the same time, but we all can get together Monday night.
There's an app called Rave that can do that.
What about teleparties? I thought, isn't it called teleparties?
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a good name for it. I haven't never done that. I
Yeah.
know individual softwares you can do like Netflix share, you can do like all of them like Disney Plus, Prime they have where you can share with somebody else that also has that service and then everybody can go at the same time.
So
But
what if we watch the movie for the next week? Not the one that's going to come the next day, but the next week. And then,
well, it'll be confusing. But
Super bad, by the way, is what we're doing next. And I watched that movie. I mean, when I was in college, I mean, that was the movie, dude. I mean, we watched that movie so many times. That was like our buddy,
Superman.
like we would just be at the bars, me and my buddy, just riffing on that movie, just being characters. But after seeing it that many times, I think I stepped back for maybe 4 or 5 years and I watched it again and like, dude, there's still cheeky dialogue that you can pull out of there that you've never heard before, It's good.
that's cool. Like I'm not a fan of many what we're called like dumb comedies or whatever, but for some reason this one I like. I liked Superbad a lot when I watched it. I don't know if it's from my childhood and childish humor or whatever, but for some reason this one was it stood out from all the other comedies that you would define in a similar type genre or whatever.
Yeah.
you'd call it super good.
Yes. But bad means good, remember?
Yes.
From the 90s, 80s.
Yeah, I think now we're just calling it super fire, right?
Huh.
Is the new slang.
Just plain
that's
fire. That's fire.
Yeah, super fire. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know.
All right.
To keep up with these things.
Any more
No.
screenwriting, filmmaking, die-hard comments before we wrap up? We blow this building.
I was surprised at the brutality of it, like just coming in and it gone, shot him. No,
Yes, it's like nothing.
It's
Like,
interesting when I was doing the research of it, they do kind of talk about that. And it's like Bruce Willis wasn't exactly the most well-known person at the time, and they were competing against Schwarzenegger and Stallone, who were the big action guys, right? And this movie blew everybody away. And then it created the Die Hard of, which is super funny. I'm sure you guys have all heard of that. Like Speed, it's Die Hard on a bus, or it's Die Hard in space, or it's Die Hard in Europe, or because everybody tried to emulate it. And one of the things that they do about it is in a lot of and we still see it to this day, right? Where it's the guy who has all the right answers, who's always a badass, who has no vulnerability. He's just a bro, and he just goes out there and crushes, right? And at the I think they say it like right in the second shot of the film, you've already established that he hates flying, that there's something about it that's like his weakness, right? The fact that he has to run around with no shoes on, right? He's not winning all the time. He's a very vulnerable individual, and at any point he can die, right? And I think that's why this one carried on so well. It's kind of unsure of what's going on. So
I didn't realize there were 5 of them. There's 5, right?
yeah, dude.
I don't even know how many. I haven't watched
I
them all.
thought there were 2.
Yeah, dude.
And that hateful reporter is in the second one, the same actor. You get to continue hating him. He's
I know, man. He's got so many sleazy roles. Like, I kind of want to like just give him a hug and be like, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure like he's played so many sleazy roles, and the thing is you see that and you're like affected by that. So you're like, dude, this guy's got to be a creep, right? But I definitely feel for the guy. I mean, those are the roles that he's getting, and he's got to, put food on the table. But bless his heart,
Maybe
and Holly, the wife, is stuck on an airplane with that reporter.
Yeah.
Oh, in a different one?
In the second one, yeah.
So there's Die Hard, then it's like Die Harder, then there's like Die Hard with a Vengeance. That's like, yeah, I don't even know.
It's almost sounding like what's it called? 007 at that point, James Bond.
Dude, you know what I was researching when I was looking up this film? The explosion when he drops the bomb into the elevator shaft. Super sleight of hand. That was they built a scale model of an elevator shaft that was 12 feet tall, right? And they did this whole like frame of perspective to make it look super, super deep, but they just kind of like made the floors look narrower and narrower as it was going down, and they put a really steep slope on it. And then they dropped like a tiny little firecracker type deal. The interview was super funny. It's some kind of flame that burns super, super low. I think that they said the temperature of the flame is like 120 degrees because they wanted to see flames, but they didn't want to like blow up the building and have to remake it every time.
Yeah.
There's a
Cool.
huge conversation going on right here. And I think it might be a turning point
Sorry.
with Tuesdays.
Aaron and I are just.
I wanted to say, if we have a small cast like this, we could do Breakfast Club.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be
I
sweet.
like Breakfast Club.
I guess we should get a list too of like what most a lot of studios are looking for these days. They're either doing, huge tentpole movies or contained films. You know what I mean?
What
Like
do you mean by
indie films.
tentpole movies? I've never heard that before.
Those are the big budget Marvel movies. The big
Okay.
every big budget movie that you hear comes out that you could tell they put $200 million in it. That's like the model for filmmaking from studios have been changing, and that's kind of what it is right now.
So I wanted to mention in chat, Christian, I'm sorry if I'm screwing up the name, but Madhuidia said, you guys are great.
Thank
And
you.
Usherance Bravo said, good job all, with a smiley face. And my new friend, Trevor, who's a screenwriter and teaches screenwriting too, said, well done, standing ovation, and clapped. So
Great.
Oh,
I think that
thank you.
standing ovation goes to Jacobs.
No.
for all the
No.
Jacobs, what was that? 3-on-1 extravaganza.
Oh yeah.
Big Johnson, Little Johnson, and the nerd.
What are you talking about here, Clint? What are you
It's so
talking
good,
about?
dude? Oh, you had us all dying, man. I know that you got the big screen, but we're over here just cracking up, man.
Should we start calling you Jason or what?
Yeah.
I was
Jason
literally
Steele.
cracking up at Vicky swearing in the German accent.
Yeah.
Let's hear it again. It goes silent.
Yeah.
I think Vicky's tired. It's okay.
Yeah.
We can-
Well, it is time. I know it's only 10:15 for me, but I think for some of you it's at least 11:15.
Yeah.
And I know
Yeah.
when others are here, it's
I'd honestly like to do, more things where there's like good guys versus bad guys. Like Aaron and I were chatting. I don't know.
almost all of them are good guys versus bad
We were
guys.
chatting about like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Super Mario Bros, and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. the
Street
movie.
Sharks, man. That was one that this girl totally reminded me of. I totally forgot about it.
What one?
It was called Street Sharks. Like, how cool is this?
Oh,
as a
Street
cartoon?
Sharks.
Yeah, dude. It's kind of like Ninja Turtles, but they're sharks.
Yeah.
And they just can swim through the streets. And they're from the streets, man. You don't know where these sharks have been, dude, but they're fighting crime.
Hey,
Come
Clint.
on, dude. When you're 8 years old, dude, yeah.
Hey, Clint.
Added up Street Sharks, man, with leather jackets. That's awesome, dude.
Hey,
And then
Clint.
Vicky
biker mice
can't
from
wait.
Mars, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I was just about to say, biker mice from Mars.
Yeah,
Had some good shows back in the 90s.
we did, man. We did.
See,
And that's when I was having kids and getting married and all that. So I don't remember.
We'll
anything.
fill you in on that stage of your life. I know you were looking for TV show recommendations. We got you.
Yeah, and I loved raising my kids. But yeah, I missed a lot of the shows that everyone talks about.
See,
I think we had basic cable. My mom swears we had some sort of TV and watched
Didn't take
Star
her
Trek as a
He-Man.
family.
we have a group here of people with varying backgrounds, that varying taste in different films and TV shows, and different from different years. But we all love films. We all love TV, and get to share it with each other and everyone.
We ever do the Ninja Turtles? I totally call Shredder and Leonardo.
Both of them, huh? Just kidding. All right. Awesome.
And you can be Splinter.
All right.
Well, if we ever do Power Rangers, I totally want to be a major character. So, yeah.
All right.
Which one?
Rita, Lord Zed, Goldar,
Ugh,
Ivan Ooze.
Sounds like you guys need to
Goldar's and more.
branch off.
Yeah.
Goldar's and
Have
more.
like a little
Yeah, you guys should branch off and do one where you guys, lead
Do
that.
a bunch of Star Trek and the Ninja Turtles and Teenage Mutant. I don't know. All that.
Dude, I mean, there's some of us that are based in SoCal, and guess what's there? Comic-Con.
Yeah, do
Union,
Film Fan
IPA
Fridays and
Union.
you make a new one. Yeah, well, you can cast us to be actors of yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if I ever
First
get a
thing.
script finished, it's not finished yet. Maybe I should just cast y'all in it because I have
Oh,
thoughts
see,
of
yeah,
doing-
you could
I
do stuff like
literally-
that too.
Well, in a script I'm working on, I literally have ideas where y'all would be best.
Do it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Like they say for writers, like some people, they write and every single character sounds like them. At least at first, because they're like, oh, I would say this, I would do this, I would respond this way, and then others say like that. Sometimes they write with an actor in mind. Like I'm gonna write with Bruce Willis in mind how I think he'd be, or I'm gonna
I've
write.
told you about the script I'm writing, and I've got parts that I think y'all would be best for.
All right.
Well, I just want to
Cool.
preface this
Perfect.
before we close everything off. Right now, I know that I read for Bruce Willis. I have hair. I like my hair, so I'm just gonna cross my fingers that it stays with me because we know what happened to Bruce's hair.
You're not that
I
old.
love it. I
So
love
it
it. I
doesn't
hope
mean
it stays
age.
with
Like
me.
mine started like early 20s, and I know somebody else that was when they were still in high school. They had a big old bald spot and stuff. So
Same with a friend of
Yeah.
mine.
yeah, so age isn't exactly the main fact. I mean, most cases, yeah. That in general, that's true. Takes
Yeah,
time.
there's a show back in the day. It's called The Mr. Show with Bob and David. It's awesome if you guys ever get a chance because they both blew up and did their own thing. Years later, there's an old HBO special with Bob Odenkirk, who's in Better Call Saul and so many other things. But David Cross is in there, and they're like talking about how David plays a bald character on TV, and they say, we don't write him as a stereotypical bald man. He's like a real bald guy. It's just really funny.
I didn't even know there was a stereotypical one.
It's a play on like how they make stereotypes of different characters, right? And they never do that with bald people, but they're like playing on how they make stereotypes of different
Mr.
people.
Clean and Popeye.
Yeah,
all the best
it's-
ones.
And even I did
Genius
a
way.
stereotype when it's an engineer. I'm like, oh, let me be trying to, you know what I mean? So when we write scripts, we should try not to do stereotypes, and I should not play
Oh
my
you
first
the
response
crazy scientist.
because that's us just repeating so much of what we've seen, and so we should find a new way to do it, a new twist.
Well, in Matrix, you got to be the cool guy, and you,
Morpheus.
yeah,
Yes.
didn't wear a hat.
Mhm.
So.
But okay, we've gone too long. We should go. Everybody,
Yeah.
get some rest.
It was a fun
Have an
convo.
amazing week. We'll hopefully see most of you back for Super Bad. It's gonna be super good. It's gonna be fire. So
Oh my gosh.
thank you, everyone. It's been a blast. And
Yes. And if
have a
y'all are
good night.
curious,
Yippee-ki-yay!
Take
if y'all
care.
are curious about my writings or my casting choices, please reach out. I may or may not tell you the truth.
You have to tell us the
Yeah.
truth.
Do I? Do I?
Yes.
Did
No,
we
I
do a
don't.
screenshot?
But I will give you.
We didn't
links
do
to
the
my
screenshot. We
story.
meant to do that before. So I was thinking that too, right when Clint was taking the picture. Thank you, Vicky. Everyone, do our screenshot. I don't know what it's going to be, but for our Instagram, like whatever pose you want for this movie. All right, 3, 2.
Yeah. Pose.
All right, now Clint. Everyone, this is the last line we're going to say before we leave. What's John McClane's famous line?
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.